Okay, we're streaming.
We're good?
Yes.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for January 6, 2023. I remind the public there is no public testimony during the review session, so please do not raise your hands until we are at the public hearing session. We'll begin with zoning calendars, the continued hearing items. Item number 33, 2021-71BZ, 105-31 76th Street, Queens.
Okay, thank you. All right, just give me a second. So the initial hearing on the application was held on January 10th.
Do you have your microphone on? Okay.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The outstanding comments were related to the programmatic need and the bulk of the building in terms of the neighborhood character and programmatic need. The applicant has submitted its response. So first I want to go through the programmatic need and the utilization chart that has been provided. And my comment is with regards to, I was satisfied with the programmatic need document. However, it needs to report, the programmatic need report is clearer and it establishes the need. However, the utilization chart and the programmatic need are not in sync. And the reason I say that is, as I looked through the utilization chart, I found it a little bit confusing because according to the chart, there will be a total of 984 congregants every day, including Friday and Ramadan, occupying all 4 floors, which is not consistent with the programmatic need report. So I would like the applicant to clarify that and fix that. Now, based on the programmatic need, during weekdays, 80 to 180 male congregants come to pray, and 400 to 450 for Friday prayers. So the congregants on Friday prayers, which will be held from 12 to 2:30 p.m., can be accommodated in the prayer rooms on the 1st and the 2nd floor. There will be no overflow in the cellar or on the 3rd floor. Also, Mondays and Thursdays, schools for 30 boys and 20 girls are projected to be using at the same time when there will be prayer during the Asher prayer hours, which is from 4:30 to 6 p.m. in the cellar and 3rd floor. So that is not reflected in the activity schedule included in the programmatic need report. So these need to be looked at carefully because, as I said, the utilization chart and the activity report in the programmatic, it's not in sync. Those need to be looked at. So moving on to the neighborhood character. A side yard compliance study has been provided. It shows that most of the lots do not have complying side yards in the study area. Though I just want to point out the immediately abutting 2 properties, the side yards do comply. But I do agree that majority of the lots in the study area are not in compliance with side yard requirement. The applicant represents that the plan has been revised in response to the neighborhood character, and that is by revising the building height. And the building height has been revised by from the base plane, and this has reduced the height from 41 foot to 40 foot, including the minaret and the parapet. Now. No, sorry, this is not including the minaret. Now, including the minaret, the proposed height would be 54 foot 3 inches. Now, how is this being achieved? This is being achieved by lowering the 1st floor level by about a foot or so. The parapet wall height has been reduced to 3 foot 6, though it is not clear if it is consistent across the site, especially where the parapet wall arches over the windows. So I would like a section through that arch portion. A neighborhood context perspectives, several of them have been provided, and streetscape diagrams. And I do thank the applicant for providing this analysis. and this modeling. And I appreciate the effort that has been made by the team to justify the proposed building height and the bulk and its relation to the surrounding context. However, based on the programmatic need and utilization projection, I am not convinced that the proposed floor to ceiling height on the upper floors need to be 11 or 12 foot high. Typically, we see the main prayer room to be tall and the floors above have a lower floor to ceiling height. In this instance, the prayer rooms on the second and third floors also benefit from having windows along the side and the front of the building, which would provide exposure to natural light and also make the space appear spacious in appearance. The floor to ceiling height needs to be brought down to 10 feet on the second and third floor. At the last hearing, I had specifically stated that the vertical also I'd stated that that the vertical design elements is making the building appear taller, and this needs to be addressed by providing horizontal striation, and that has not been provided. So now those need to be responded to. The applicant is proposing a 6 foot high fence along the northern and part of the eastern side yards and 4 foot high fence along the street frontages. And the plan states, in quote, fence to be selected by the owner. The plan needs to indicate the type of fence. It needs to be opaque and compatible with residential quality. A wrought iron fence or a picket fence would be a good start. I would go one step further and ask that the northern fence should also have the ability to attenuate sound, so it should have some acoustical buffering material. Regarding sound and privacy to surrounding neighborhood, windows facing the north lot line need to be fixed and noise attenuated. Windows along south need to be noise attenuated, and add a note to the roof plan stating that the rooftop is not accessible to congregants. It is to be accessed only for emergency purposes and maintenance. I will strongly urge that that any heating or cooling system that is being proposed to be designed is done to minimize any dependency on oil and gas. Try to be as environmentally conscious as possible. As I understand, I think there are some new rules that are coming in play or in play already. So please do factor those into your design. Add a note to the plan that there shall be no outdoor sound amplification and no outdoor gathering during and after business hours. So moving on to the statement of facts, there are some errors I noticed as they are not consistent with the revised plans and the programmatic need, and that is specifically to do with the proposed building height, which of course should reduce based on the recommendation, based on what I've laid out here. The revised statement of facts on pages 1, 7, 13, 16, and there could be more. I stopped taking notes after that, has incorrect building heights. It's still showing the initial building height. And the occupancy chart on page 12, total proposed occupancy is incorrect. It should be 984 and needs to be consistent with all the charts that's been provided. So those are my comments, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I think that lowering the height of the second and third floor would make this much more in line with the neighborhood character. I think this could be a quick turnaround, and I do believe that these aren't tremendous changes. There hasn't been anything stated in the programmatic needs that would support this height for the upper floors. So short of good reasoning for it, I think that they should make these changes and we can move this case out.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Anything else?
Nothing else from me.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I think my original questions had to do with whether or not the amount of worship room and worship space far exceeded what was needed for the amount of congregants who were projected to attend in the most busiest of services on Friday noon. And I think they revised their programmatic needs basically to show that although they only project 516 congregants to attend on Friday noon, they do expect to have upwards of 1,000 people during holidays. And so to me, they're designing this religious worship building to accommodate the amount of worshipers during the highest of holy days, and that's fine for me.
Mhm.
I think that to make anything smaller would be foolish for them and would lead to an overflow into the streets, which we would love to avoid. So I'm actually fine with the project as it stands.
Yes, I agree with you. And that's the confusion we were having, trying to understand what is the max the space is being designed for, and that's been clarified. However, as I said, the report activity charts, they need to be consistent throughout all the documents. Commissioner Shetter.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would comment on is the building height. I would be in favor of bringing down the third floor and not the second floor. The reason I'm saying that is, yes, the first floor is the main prayer room, and the second floor is the main prayer room as well. Keeping in mind that usually people pray in like women and men sections, so the first floor would be for men, the second floor would be for women, and this is the case all the time. The third floor, if you look at it as a prayer room, I believe its use is going to be occasional based on the load, the congregants number during Ramadan and during Friday. So it might be occasional for people to go there and pray during like heavy use times. So I would ask them to bring the third floor down and keep the second and the first floor as is. Or if we want, we can ask them to shorten the first floor a little bit, the second floor a little bit, and then the third floor significantly, if we're targeting a certain height for the entire building. But my point is, first and second should be the same because they are main prayer rooms all the time. I don't want to look like we're discriminating against women because they are on the second floor. Yes, I understand that they get some light and air from being on the second, but I believe keeping the first and the second at the same height would be more fair.
So the reason I was, I stated what I stated was, on a daily basis, the prayer would be happening primarily on the first floor. There really will not be that much of spillover that will take to the second floor. On Fridays is when the spillover will take to this, will require the second floor. And I was trying to be consistent with the way we have seen other houses of worship where pretty much all throughout the week, the first floor is being utilized. And then on Saturdays, I think in synagogues, we've seen that both the first and the second floor are used, and that's when but even then the second floor is used mostly by women, or in some cases it's could be even the third floor, but in those upper floors the heights are significantly lower. It's only the first floor that is the highest because that is being used every day. So that's the consistency measure that I was trying to take, is that because the first floor is being used every day, that remains high. That's the main prayer room, and all the spillover spaces can be lower. But that's for the applicant to clarify, because based on the numbers, that's how I see it.
I believe my understanding from the last hearing was that they're going to use the first for men and the second for women, and this is the case for most
First
of
floor
them.
for men and second floor?
And second floor for women pray.
No, first floor would be for men. Second floor will also be for men on Fridays.
Okay.
And third floor would be partially for women and spillover of men for Fridays and high holidays.
If
And
this
the
is
cellar will also be a spillover for high holidays.
okay, if the second floor is not going to be used like a permanent place for women prayer, I'm fine with bringing the second and the third floor down. If the first floor would be assigned all the time for men and the second floor would be assigned all the time for women.
Then you mean,
The third floor is
The third
women.
No, I'm saying if. I'm not saying this is the case.
okay.
Yeah, I'm saying if. the second floor will be for women prayer at all time, I wouldn't ask them to shorten the height. If this is not the case, I would agree with you.
Yeah, I think the expectation of the number of women who will be participating in the prayer will only be during high holidays and Friday. My understanding, during the weekdays, there will be no utilization almost by women. It's really the first floor that is going to be used on a daily basis. I need to look at the utilization chart. I just want to make sure I'm. No, actually, the programmatic need,
The programmatic needs, I didn't
Programmatic
notice that.
the activity.
We can ask the,
Well, I think they said that women are always encouraged, but that the practice currently is that women don't attend, but they want to provide a space for women
Exactly.
should they change their mind.
Exactly, and that is the third floor.
Right.
But, right, so the activity is. Oh, actually, no, this doesn't get.
I mean, the way I read the utilization chart, if I may speak, it's Commissioner Yoon, was that they are using all 3 floors for most daily prayers for men. But there are occasions where the 65 expected women will be there and will have the 3rd floor for their use during certain times. But the majority of the time, during most prayers, all 3 floors, 1, 2, and 3, will be used for prayer for the men. Separately, the 3rd floor and the cellar will be used sometimes for teaching the children, of which they have about 50. So there's weekend and after school, religious school programs that will also house the children. So I think that all 3 floors are meant to be used as main prayer floors for many of the prayer times. The applicant can clarify that, but that's what I took away from the statement of facts and the programmatic needs.
Well, that's because when I'm looking at the programmatic need, the number of people that is projected to use the space on a weekday is much less and can be contained in first floor. So.
I guess, where are you seeing that? Because it's confusing because they list 5 prayer times and then 3 floors.
Can you tell me which page you're looking at? Because I'm trying to find that page, which.
Oh, sure. The programmatic needs study, I'm looking at page 15. I'm sorry.
Page 15, okay. So page 15, that's the Idul Fitr and Idul Adha, but every day, so the everyday, the capacity. So if you look at the first floor capacity, and I just want to look at the plans.
I think we'd be best by asking the applicant.
Yeah, if
Clarify it.
they
Yeah.
can clarify it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
bec-
I think It's,
Yeah, I think it needs a clarification because I was comparing that with all the floor plans and the size and the room counts and I think that, again, yeah, that chart and the utilization chart, I find it programmatically problematic, actually not,
it's just-
and not consistent with the narrative that is there in the programmatic need. That's the problem. That chart and the programmatic need chart is not consistent with the way the narrative has been laid out. So that's where the mismatch is. And I'm following the narrative. Okay, so that's for the applicant to clarify.
Yeah, I actually looked at page 6 of the programmatic needs where it says expected growth. And based on that, my experience with going to places like these, if it's a weekday, usually they take women to a separate floor because women usually come with kids and they make noise, the kids make noise, so they put them on a separate floor. And like I said, I don't want to be like making the second floor because it's for women shorten the height of that. If this is going to be the case, I would be in favor of like, if we targeting a certain height, a total height of the building, we can ask them to limit them to that. But just keep, my idea is to keep, if what I just described is the case, keep the first and the second at the same height.
Okay,
it's
You mean whatever floor the women are on
Yeah.
should be the same height as the floor
Exactly.
that the men
Yes,
are on, so
exactly.
they're not
Yes,
treated
yes.
inferiorly. I
Well,
agree.
Exactly, yes.
I would agree with that. It's, I think, way we have consistently applied is which is being used mainly and every day. And that remains higher. And the ones that are not being used every day are generally at a lower elevation. If you look at
Yeah.
all the places of worship,
That makes sense.
regardless of whether they're women or men or anything, it is the main room that is being used every day remains high.
Yes,
And the other rooms are the ones that are used only on special days, Fridays or Saturdays and on high holidays.
sure.
Okay.
But
Understood.
could I just add a nuance to that conversation that's different here? I think that in synagogues, I would say 90% of the synagogues, the women are in a mezzanine. And yes, you're right, the floor to ceiling height of the mezzanine is shorter than the main hall. But the mezzanine, at being a mezzanine, is still open to the larger hall, which, so they enjoy a partial openness of being kind of like in a balcony of a very large hall. Whereas here in the Muslim faith, the floor for women is a completely closed floor.
That is true.
Which
That's a
could
fair
give you
point.
more of a claustrophobic feeling when you have a lower height.
That's a fair point. However, in this case, the third floor is the women's floor, not the second.
No,
floor.
no, I know, the third floor. So that's why I refined what Commissioner Sheta said to say, whatever floor the women are on.
Okay.
Okay.
Meaning, because my understanding is the women will be on the third.
May I, or
was-
if it's my
Can we-
turn?
can we, actually, let
Yeah.
me go to Commissioner Yoon and then we can.
I'm done.
You're done?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Sorry, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. No, that's fine. I also similarly had some questions about the building height, but I actually really appreciated that all three floors were the same because it seems like they intend to use them equally, at least the way I read the programmatic needs report, and amongst different populations on the third floor. And 12'6" floor to floor is not grandiose by any means for rooms that are supposed to house over 300 people at a time. So I struggle with the height because they're asking for basically every bulk waiver in the book. But one suggestion or idea I had, and I don't know how the rest of the board will feel about this. So they're proposing 3'6" parapets that are continuous with the street wall, which makes the building appear even taller than it currently is. While those are permitted obstructions, if we were to permit the floor to floor height or even get them down to 12 feet instead of 12'6", thereby reducing the building height by another 1.5 feet. If we were to then require that they don't build the parapet consistent with the street wall and they put railings set back from that street wall, since the roof is not being used for any occupancy, the overall appearance of the building will seem almost 4 feet shorter than being proposed. And that way you don't take away usable ceiling height in spaces that will be seemingly very heavily used, but compromise with the overall heights of the neighborhood context. So that was one design idea I had for reducing the building height, and also potentially squeezing the cellar, but cellars are hard if you're going to use them because they always tend to get shorter once you put in all the mechanicals and the plumbing. I am concerned overall that there are so many bulk waivers being asked that this will feel still like a big project in the neighborhood, but I'm also contending with the sheer volume and the capacity that they need. And I agree with Commissioner Otley Brown that they do need the space. So just trying to figure out different ways to make the building fit a bit more contextually into the neighborhood. I have some cleanup comments also on the cover letter dated 5/19. The applicant describes responding to comments from the April 11th review session, but I think that was an adjourned session. So it was a little bit confusing. The side yard study that was submitted also on 5/19, there's let's see, it says in red, the properties whose side yards comply with ZR 2435, and then in blue, properties whose side yards do not comply. I think the intent was for both of them to be non-compliant and evidence of non-compliant side yards in the area. So that was also confusing. I'm just going to bring it up. I think that's going to be easier. Oh, never mind. I have to go through all this. Okay, anyway, so that's the side yard.
Can you repeat what you said? Sorry, can you repeat what?
In the legend for the side yard diagram, it says that the red properties are highlighted whose side yards comply with the applicable zoning regulation. The blue are properties whose side yards do not comply.
Right,
I believe their intent was to highlight the red as residential properties that do not comply and blue as commercial properties that do not comply. But instead, they make it seem like all the red ones are compliant, which doesn't make their case
ah,
at all.
okay,
So I think it's a typo, because when you compare it to their previous side yard diagram, it seems like it's a typo, but these are kind of important things to make clear on your documents. Again, yeah, the building height in the statement of facts was incorrect. You also need to update your BSA zoning analysis to show your new proposed building height. And on the drawings on every page, there are typical notes, and one of them calls this a 0 lot line, 3-story worship building. But again, this is not a 0 lot line proposal, as there is a side yard being proposed. So it's confusing to me to continue to call it a 0 lot line proposal, because the building is not going to the lot lines. So I think that note should be removed. And that's it. So I don't know if anyone has any ideas about or feelings about removing the permitted obstruction of the parapets and trying to come up with a different way to reduce the building height appearance.
I like your idea of the moving the parapet wall away from the street wall. That can reduce the height, and because there are minarets, it can almost set back and align itself to the minaret to some extent, or even and that way its appearance would almost disappear.
Or you could even do pipe rails, because they just need to be OSHA compliant if they're not actually accessible by anybody in the congregation. And if they're set back enough, you won't see them. So it could be a cost savings measure and also reduce the street wall height appearance of it, at least.
Yeah, I like that. And I think, yeah, that is definitely, because it does appear very, very tall, and I think part of it is just the way the building element. I understand the need for emphasizing the verticality, but it needs to be balanced, and seems to be really flying off the ground the way it's designed right now. And and that needs to be somehow, it needs to be tied to the ground. I understand we want the prayers of a house of worships to kind of have that elevated, enlightened feel by being more vertical, but in the context of the neighborhood, it needs to be more respectful. It needs to also balance it out by being respectful of the neighbor's context. So I like that suggestion, and so the applicant should bring their architect and go through this discussion and help come to a resolution, because I think from what I'm hearing from all the commissioners here, we agree with the programmatic need, the space need. It's a question of how the space is designed and how it fits into the context is what really we are discussing here. So we are getting closer, and I hope the applicant is listening and coming up with their own creative solution. It doesn't have to be ours, but responds to a solution that responds to the concerns that you're hearing. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Thank you. This was helpful.
Item number 34, 2022 18BZ, 64 Butler Place, Staten Island.
Okay. Okay. So the initial hearing on this application was held on April 11th. Board found that the applicant had demonstrated the uniqueness finding and agreed that the ask, which is a rear yard waiver, was minimal. The outstanding elements were related to finding D and improved facade treatment. The applicant was also awaiting a ZRD1 determination regarding corner lot. It was denied, and thus the proposed development cannot be filed as an as of right, so it has to seek the minimal variance, and we need to proceed with it. So with regards to finding D, the applicant states that the hardship results from the strict application of the zoning resolution to the subject lot. The development of the lots as So I think one of the questions that were raised with regards to the development of the lot as one, the applicant response I thought was very satisfactory, and that is when Sun Company, which is a manufacturing use, had purchased these bits and pieces of these former rail yard, it couldn't have been enlarged because already by that time Sun Company had enlarged, and the site that Sun was occupying was manufacturing, was zoned for manufacturing use, whereas the railroad track was in the residential. So anyway, the company couldn't have benefited from from building over the residential portion because that was not permitted. A commercial manufacturing is not permitted there. So I was very satisfied with the clarification the applicant provided. With regards to the revised plan, the applicant has responded to the comments that were raised regarding the facade treatment and has improved the facade treatment fronting, that is fronting Tilson Place. So I was very satisfied with the revised submission, and I believe the applicant has met all 5 findings. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. So I found the submission responsive. I did find the hardship study first very detailed and effective, and it convinced me that this was not something that was self-created, and it certainly is in need of a variance. I believe that the ask satisfies the E finding, and I have no comments. I'm satisfied with this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So my original question on self-created hardship didn't have to do with lots 12 and lots 54 and the development of both of them. But my question had to do with the creation of lots 116 and 174 out of lot 54 after that was sold to the developer. And my question had to do with the fact that when lot 116 and 174 were created without proper frontage on a street that would have enabled standard development, which would have either been Butler Place or Tilson, that's what was the self-created hardship. And that's what I expected them to address when they did the lot study of development. So I feel like they didn't answer my question, because that lot was what, 45 by like 375, and then it was apportioned vertically into like 3 45 by 100 and something foot lots, of which 2 of those lots were sharing Butler Place extension, which was not open over there for those lots. So it's almost like they created a situation where the lots had to be looked at in a way where the 45 feet was going to be the depth.
Oh, this is where I have to look at the tax maps. Look at the tax. You're referring to, I just want to make sure I have the numbers correct. It's 314 and 245 or
No, original 54, which was 45 by 500.
right, 54 and 116, is that?
No, original 54 was
Right.
45 feet wide by 500 feet long, and it went from Butler Place
To-
all the way down to,
Chestnut.
yeah, whatever, no, it went from Tilson all the way down to St. Mary's Ave. So it was that long strip, which was the railroad right of way. That was lot 54. So when it was sold, it was apportioned into 176, 314, and 245. And then original 54 just shrunk in size.
Okay, yeah.
So my question was the creation of 116 and 174 from that original 45 by 500 foot strip, the act of self-created hardship, because it created 2 lots that didn't have frontage on that 45 foot side on a mapped street, which meant that the longer side, the 100 plus square foot, 100 plus linear foot, had to be thought of as the frontage, and the 45 feet then had to be thought of as the depth. So that was my question wasn't that the self-created hardship? And I was hoping they would have addressed that.
You know, what I find interesting in this whole thing is that 174, which has the frontage on Tilson, is the one that's seeking the hardship and not 116. Partly because 116 does not even have a frontage on Tilson.
Right.
It only has a frontage on the end of Butler
Right,
Place.
which is supposedly not open. So I wanted them to talk about that whole
Right,
situation.
and that's what the applicant was hoping, because in the case of 116, Butler Place was considered as a street front, then therefore combination of Butler and Tilson would make 174 a corner street, corner lot, I'm sorry. So even if, let's say, if you're saying that was the subdivision of 116 and 174 resulted in a self-created hardship, I think it's very the fact that if, let's say, 116's boundary was extended up to where the lot 175 is, if somebody can zoom in, that would be helpful. Whoever is sharing the map, I don't know who is sharing it. So if 116's boundary, the southern boundary was extended, let's say up to where the frontage of lot 175 is, where the other end of Butler Place is. I mean, you can leave that entire lot as one. I think you create more hardship if you were to have one long lot, which is 116 and 174.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They needed to address that in the self-created hardship, because technically they needed to address the fact that lot 54 with a 500-foot depth could never have been developed in a proper way without frontage, and that the creation of the 116, the 174, the 314, and even the 245 was an effort to try and correct for the hardship of being 45 feet by 500. But I think that's what they needed to bring out in their paperwork to satisfy my question, and also satisfy the community board, which felt it was a self-created hardship.
And apologies if the board has already gotten into this, but lot 54 as well was owned in common with lot 116 and 174.
Right.
And was sold separately. So the D finding goes beyond the common ownership of just lots 116 and 174, but extends further to lot 54, which was sold off in 2021.
So we want to clarify for the record, we want the applicant to make a statement that shows that this hardship wasn't affected by these subdivisions. It was a hardship that existed in and of itself prior to the subdivision.
But it requires not just a sentence, it requires an analysis.
An analysis.
That basically says 45 feet by 500 feet is just without adequate frontages
Right.
is not a good
And
development.
right, even if you maintain that entire lot of 54 from all the way from, what is that avenue, Chestnut Avenue to St. Mary's, the lot would have required some waiver of some sort or the other,
Right,
because it did not have the street frontages for most part of it.
exactly.
And by subdividing it, you've actually reduced the amount of waiver, or the waiver remains the same.
Okay, that's exactly what
that is
my
kind of-
question was first time. That would be great if they could address it.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Yes. All right. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what's being said, and I have nothing further to add.
Thank you.
I was also struggling about that, how the 116 didn't need the waiver, while the adjacent 174, I guess,
Right,
174, which has already frontage on Telson, did need in fact, needs a waiver from us. That's,
Mhm.
I'm not swallowing this
yeah.
today.
Yeah. I think we were talking about a lot of things at the initial hearing. We were also talking about how the Sun company had acquired the lot, and maybe the confusion arose from
Right.
what is it the applicant needed to analyze it. So it analyzed the only relationship of the sun to the site and not the lot 54 in its historical context.
But it sounds like they got apportioned, the entire 116 got apportioned at once, not in stages, because they submitted to us a lot apportionment
Well, I
document.
think it's the subdivision had happened prior and often part of the whole finding is the predecessor entitled.
Yes.
So I think that is the argument, that is the question
Yeah.
that Commissioner Otley Brown has, and the fact that the subdivision happened with predecessor entitled, it still would have, there would have been issues of developing it, even if it was not subdivided. I think is what. you're
Right,
getting
that's
is
what I
what
was
the
trying to say, they
applicant-
have to
Applicant needs
bring
to
out,
respond.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I appreciated the architectural response to the frontage on Tilson, and I was satisfied with the submission. I have nothing further.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Item number 35, 2022-38 BZ, 4902 and 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn.
All right. So the application was last heard on April 25th. The only outstanding element was the extent of the rear yard waiver to allow a 42-foot height sukkah. I had asked the applicant to consider the possibility of a slant glass roof along the rear lot line. The applicant provided two alternatives. One that is a slanted roof and another one that is set back has a setback of 7 feet from the rear lot line. And along with that, a letter from the rabbi regarding the sukkah kosher under the Judaic law. I have to say, I really found the information very helpful. And I learned a lot. I really am very appreciative of Rabbi Rubin taking the time to explain the applicable Judaic law. And, and learning about different measurement yardsticks. Tef-Ekem, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. It was interesting. I just would hope that the proposed structural components of the operable sukkah roof will meet the sukkah measurement and will either be less than 4 tefakem or a 3 tefakem. So I apologize if I butchered the measurements, but I can spell it out as TEFACHIM. That's the term. I learned a lot, so I really appreciate it. And a DOB objection sheet was provided, which basically says, and then the plan has been revised to include the notes as suggested, and I don't have any additional comments, so I'm satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
I'm satisfied with this application. I have no additional comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm satisfied with this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
I'm satisfied with the application, and I believe it's a Tafakem.
Tafakem.
Yeah, with,
Oh,
yeah,
Tafakem.
yeah, I believe so.
All right. I was listening to the Google Translate to tell me how it sounds. So
They don't know how to get that
yeah.
sound.
Okay. Thank you.
And I believe it's like this. Yeah,
Oh, four finger.
yeah.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no comments.
Thank you.
Item number 36, 2022-63 BZ, 2225 East 14th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. We had an initial hearing on this on March 28, and the applicant has submitted its response to the comments. Rear yard depth has been increased to 25 feet on second floor and attic level, and this has reduced the total floor area to not that much, but to 1.34 FAR from 1.38. And a letter from the finest abstract states, this is regarding the easement, that the easement is in effect, and a copy of the title report also has been provided. I have no additional comments and I'm satisfied with the modifications that were made. Vice Chair Shabeta.
I have no additional comments. I'm also satisfied with the modifications.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
I'm satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thanks. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 37, 2022-64 BZ, 2021 East Fifth Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. So the initial hearing on this application was held on April 10th, and the applicant has submitted its response to the comments that were raised. A revised FAR study has been provided, and the study shows that majority of the lots are built below 1 FAR. The applicant has revised the plans and reduced the FAR to 1.1 FAR. The rear yard at the first floor has been increased to 20 feet, and the applicant is proposing to retain 54% of the exterior wall on the first floor and 50% on the second floor. My comments are regarding the drafting, and I think it will be difficult to read and copy this plan because of the line weight. It is extremely difficult to read it because with the existing wall to remain, especially to determine what is the existing wall that is to remain and the new wall opening and the way it's been shaded. So I strongly would ask the applicant to revise the plans because I want to make sure DOB knows which wall is being retained and which wall can be eliminated. So I would ask the project manager to provide a sample of a plan that shows how the rendering is done and clearly delineates the existing wall to remain and the proposed new wall. I don't have any other questions on this. I'm satisfied with the application. Commissioner, Vice Chair Shabeta, sorry.
I was satisfied with the response, and I'm also satisfied with the application. Nothing further from me.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I am satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate they revised the plans and they reduced the FAR to 1.0, and I'm satisfied with that.
Thank you. I think it's 1.1.
Yeah, I believe it's 1.1.
1.1.
It's 1.1. Yes, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Item number 38, 2022-76 BZ, 175-33 Horace Harding Expressway.
Okay. So the last hearing we had on this was on March 28. It was the initial hearing. The applicant has submitted its response to the comments that were raised. Also, we received some photos. I think that would have been from the neighbors.
We received a submission from Henry Euler from the Auburndale
Is that from
Association.
Mr. Euler? Because
Yeah, it was a letter and 2 photos.
I didn't see the letter. I only saw the photos. So.
Oh.
There is a Word document in the email.
Yeah.
Okay, then
I
I
sent
missed
it this
it.
morning.
I can open it and share it if you want.
Yeah, please do.
Oh. Okay, I'll read the letter before we go into the public hearing.
I also sent the letter to Mr. Gonzada.
Mr.
Gonzada.
Gonzada?
Yeah,
Okay,
this morning.
good. Thank you. I was going to ask you. With regards to the revised plan that's been submitted, the applicant is adding indoor trash and in the fast food restaurant area, which will be used by the convenience store. And the signage chart has been updated and that it will comply with C2 regulations. I think the way the less than greater symbol has been used is incorrect in the chart, in the signage chart. So the applicant should go back and make sure, because in some cases, what should be less than is actually appearing greater than. So that needs to be corrected. I wasn't able to follow the statement that was made with regard in the cover letter that said the signage on Union Turnpike is exceeding the underlying zoning. So it wasn't clear to me because that's not how the signage chart or even the drawings are showing. So the applicant states that the sidewalk along 59th Street will be repaired and the planting bed along 59th Street will also be widened from 4 foot wide and to the narrowest point, at the narrowest point to 20 foot wide at the widest point. I would like to know what is the timeline for repairing the 59th Street sidewalk. And I really don't have any additional questions. Only, I would say the revised radius and the land use map that have been provided by Mr. Kanzada and his office are looking much better and are much easier to read. So I want to thank you for making it easier and visibly explanatory. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. So I'll just, I'll briefly state, paraphrase what Harry, Mr. Euler, wrote in his letter for the record. There was initially the biggest, first foremost concern was the proximity of this restaurant to Francis Lewis High School and his urging us to consider the impact this may have on the community. And that's something that we heard in the first hearing from the doctor who is the administrator at that school. He also brought up the sidewalk on the north side of the building along 59th Avenue is in need of repair. And spoke of the accumulation of trash on the applicant's property behind a fence on the north side. He addressed that the parking spaces should be striped. And he took, it seems like he took exception that this variance for the site has expired in 2009, being over 13 years ago. And the CFO expired in 2001, over 21 years ago. He made some questions, he made some suggestions of how we can ensure that this doesn't occur in the future by sending out notices, etc. I agree with your other statements. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you for clarifying Mr. Euler's letter. I think you were referring to David
Dr.
Marmor.
Marmor, yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Marmor.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I don't have any additional questions.
Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the submission from the applicant, and I'm gonna ask them to address the picture submitted by Mr. Ural. I also appreciate that they forwarded the submission to Dr. Marmor. I don't want to comment on the contents of the reasoning for why the applicant is considering using the eating store, the food store. I do believe this is an as of right use and we shouldn't be stepping into that. So this is one thing. Regarding the signage analysis, I did look at the signage chart submitted, and I believe the notation is accurate, but what caught my eyes is the total for the illuminated signage per frontage. It's 72.4 and it's greater than 50, and it says not okay. So I'm not sure what's being done after that. And I'm talking about page 2 of 12 in the drawings.
All right, so I think that's the one supposed to say less than. That's the one that caught my.
He's saying not okay. So that means that he knows that it's exceeding.
But that does not correspond to his letter where he's saying he's acknowledging that the union,
Utopia.
sorry, thank you. Utopia street frontage is not in compliance. It is higher than the required.
Okay.
But when you look at the chart, that's not how Utopia is leading out. Utopia seems to be in compliance, but what you pointed out is to be not in compliance.
Okay.
So there is a mismatch.
And by the way, the way it works, it's like that. This is small, this is large. So whatever is on this side is the big, whatever is on this side is the small.
Yeah, so that's why I think they were kind of switched
This is
around in
room
some
for
of the
it.
place. Yeah.
Engineering notations has to be complicated.
I think it's math. The fish eats the bigger number. That's kind of how I remember being told. Yeah. It's true. Sorry, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. Just to clarify on the signage, Commissioner Sheta, which page? I'm gonna just pull it up so we can look at the same thing. Because they can, interestingly, did a signage analysis on the existing and on the new. So at first I thought the existing was the proposed, but, and the existing shows here, because they also, it's a bit confusing in the statement of facts. I agree with everyone that Utopia Parkway is non-compliant, so it currently is not compliant. But then when you go to BSA 08 and they show the proposal, they then have another signage calculation based on what they want to do in the future, and then everything is back in compliance. So
Yeah.
you have a couple swapped guys here,
Yeah.
which but it seems like everything that's being proposed will be compliant as long as they get their math, the symbols turned around.
Yeah. Right, it's those ones that I was.
Yep, I got it. I went to the wrong.
I did the same thing at first, and I was very confused why they would propose something that doesn't work. The one thing from that I wanted to pull out from Henry Euler's letter was he says, quote, "If this application is granted, I would hope that at the least the board would impress upon the applicant and Dr. Marmer and the school administration that there must be open communication and cooperation if any problems become apparent." So understanding, because I believe there was another community board meeting after the initial vote where they said they came to some agreement where they couldn't prevent an as of right business from operating, but that they hope that the high school and the business communicate. So I just wanted to put that out there, that communication should obviously be maintained between the school and the applicant if should any problems occur in the future. I have nothing.
I mean, that is very nice, but it's not something that we can require. But-
Understood. I just wanted to call that request out there.
No, and for the edification of the public and the applicants and anyone listening, we do condition any approval and such that if there are issues, that a 311 call to the Department of Buildings will create an inspection that would generate a violation that will come our way to apprise the board of an issue with compliance with our resolution, such that the board can then effectuate compliance as to that resolution. It would be better if applicants and their neighbors did cooperate and communicate, but we cannot require them to.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, if not, we should move on to the new cases.
New cases, item number 39, 2022-84BZ, 13309 37th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, so we received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board 7 is scheduled its hearing on June 20th. This is an application for a modification of height pursuant to zoning resolution section 7366 to develop a 14-story mixed-use development on the subject site. So we received a letter from FAA and Port Authority of New York and New Jersey approving the proposed building height. My questions are as such, and that is all related to the drawings. So when I'm looking at the drawings, first of all, FAA approved 4 building points 1, 2, 3, and 5. And when I look at the plans, I'm looking at plan sheet starting with BSA sheet number 006. I can see FAA point 5, which is at the corner of College Point Boulevard and 37th Avenue. And I can see FAA point 3, which is at the rear of the building along 37th Avenue. Now, FAA point 1 and FAA point 2 are shown as per the plan on the north side of 36th Road. So it is not even capturing the building footprint. So I want to know if that's just a drafting error and the points just moved away from the building, whereas they should have been right at the edge of the building on 36th Road. Second point is, so based on the FAA, looking at the 4 points, the highest point is building point number 3, which has an AMSL elevation of 230 feet. Okay. And the rest are 229, 225, 223. Whereas when I look at the plan, the bulkhead is the highest point of this building. And based on the plan, the elevation of the bulkhead, including the parapet, is at an elevation of 227 foot 9 inches. And as I understand, the AMSL and NAVD is the same. So in that case, 227, this is even beyond the height of the obstruction light. It's not, I'm trying to understand if FAA is saying the point 3 is the highest point, which is 230, and the bulkhead is at a lower elevation than 230. How is that possible? Generally, bulkhead would be even taller than the point of FAA, which is, so that's what's kind of confusing me. No?
Can I clarify?
Sure.
First of all, I want to correct the record that FAA doesn't approve a building height. FAA does approve point elevations, the maximum building elevation at given points. What happened, the applicant usually submit to FAA 4 points, 5 points, 3, whatever, at least 3. And they take these points and they put them into their computer code based on that, like the maneuvering planes and the limiting surfaces. They come up with maximum elevations in MASL or NAVD 88. The applicant takes these points and these points could be actual points at the building corners, like the corners of the building.
Or this could be just an envelope.
Or it could be any points around the site. And what the applicant or the architect actually does is he interpolates between these points and limit the building. If you have 3 points, you can construct the plate. If you have 4, like in this case, you could do that. So you have, at the end of the day, you can have something like this. If the building is here, he can like put the building and make sure that the top of the building is below that. And I believe this is what's being done here. The bulkhead is limited here to 227 6 inches, not 9 inches. The 227 9 inches is, I believe, and this is my understanding to it, and I need a confirmation from them and calculations as well from them, indicating that the 227 9 inches is the interpolated maximum elevation at the location of the bulkhead. And my understanding again is they took 3 inches, like a freeboard from that 227 9. So if you look at the light, the maximum elevation of the light is 227 and 6 inches.
Right.
But the strange thing in this application is we used to have 4 points directly related to the building. In this case, 2 of them are directly related, which are on the building corners. The other 2 are on the other side of the street. And again, I took this as the interpolated between.
Okay.
But in order for them to do that, they have to explain it to us.
Mhm.
When I looked at it at the beginning, I wasn't aware that actually the points are shown on the plan, the 4 points. And I start like digging for him, and when I couldn't find him, I was under the impression that the 4 points are the locations for the red circles on the plan. And I started relating the 227 to 223, and I said, how come the maximum elevation permitted by FAA is 223 and they are going to 27?
Okay.
And then when I saw the 4 points, I realize the
That's kind of
interpolation,
how
yeah.
Okay.
So they need to clarify that.
Okay, all right. I think the way I was thinking it was if 230 is the highest point of the building, which is a parapet height, then how can the bulkhead be lower than that? That's really how I was thinking of it. But you're saying is the 2 feet is like an imaginary envelope. That's the maximum within which the building can sit. The actual building height may not, the parapet height may not even reach the height of 200 feet, 230. It would be lower than that. Okay.
I believe
That's-
230 is the permitted NAVD 88 at the highest permitted NAVD 80 at one of the points. I believe it's point.
0.3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the other question is in the drawings, the applicant provided has a note that says how the AMSL is same as the NAVD, which was explained, I remember, at a couple of hearings ago, and we have accepted that. What to me is not clear is that the NAVD numbers that are listed here, for example, for 0.3, it is showing the NAVD number FAA 0.3 as 233 feet, when actually the approved height is 230, so AMSL. So that needs to be corrected and needs to be consistent with what FAA has approved. Those are my comments. I'll go to Vice Chair Shibata.
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Commissioner Otley Brown.
No additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta, do you want to add?
Yeah,
anything?
point 3, it says elevation 233 NAVD or MSL. And this is, by the way, that doesn't need any explanation. It's just an agreement between FAA and the applicants. They define FAA MAMSL is defined as to be equivalent to NAVD.
Right, I understand that.
It's an agreement.
Right,
It's not.
I agree. I'm not disputing that. My question is, if AMSL is equal to NAVD, then if AMSL is 230, isn't that, then the NAVD should also be 230, or
If you're talking about the elevation of the same point, the answer is yes. But the case here, point 3, the maximum permitted elevation for the building to go to is 233. And they elected to go below that. If you look at point 3, it says NAVD 88, elevation 233. This is the maximum permitted elevation that the building can reach.
Hold on, I'm looking at 0.3, and in that FAA's approval is AMSL 230 feet. That is the maximum. I don't see 233. So where is that 233?
Point 3, right?
Yeah, it's 230 feet. 230 is the AMSL that has been approved for building point.
I believe they switched 2 points. They switched it 5. If you look at point 5 and point 3.
No, all of them are wrong. When I'm comparing it just to the FAA chart, and I'm looking at the FAA points for both of them, and I have written down, these are from the FAA, the corresponding NAVD, they're equal, if I understand it in a simple way. If it is 230 AMSL, then it is, and AMSL is equal to NAVD, then it should be 230 NAVD. If FAA approved building point 5 as 229-foot AMSL, then the NAVD should be 229 NAVD,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Here it's just the opposite. If for a building point 5, it's 229 AMSL, NAVD is shown as 230. If for building point 3, 230 is shown as the AMSL, and NAVD is shown as 233. For building point 2, 225 AMSL, the NAVD is 226. Building point 1, 223 AMSL, NAVD is 225. They're not corresponding if they're supposed to be equal. That's my point.
They should be the same. You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
Probably just leave NAV 88, as we said last, we usually just use the
Yeah.
NAVD 88.
Yeah,
and
so
just
that's.
Take out the other.
No.
There's a statement on the plan that.
It is-
NAVD 88 equals A.
They have a
It is there.
conversion statement on the plan.
They do have a conversion statement of the plan, but if you look at the notes and if you look at the numbers and if you look at the chart, the NAVD number is not equal to AMSL. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Right, because there's a conversion. There's I think it's like 1 point.
No,
06.
They put a
or
conversion,
something.
there is an inconsistency because at some point they said it's equal to.
They
and
said
at
it's
other point they
equal
say
to.
There's a conversion on the plans, it has a
Right,
conversion.
my,
statement.
my memory of
It's-
this location of Queens, it is not equal.
Okay, so here
There
then
is a
the,
slight difference. That was my memory from previous cases. I could be wrong.
I remember this was a case that was brought by Mr. James Colgate, who actually went through a very detailed analysis and explained how in this area, the AMSL is equal to NAVD because it is not counting the Queen's datum and the Queen's mean sea level, which is of different thing. He went through this whole analysis. And there is a note here which says the FAA determinations of no hazard express points 1, 2, 3, and 5 in relation to their height above mean sea level. The mean sea level reference therein is equal to 0.0 NAVD 88 and not to the local mean sea level as may be determined by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So it's 0.0.
Yes.
No,
they should be-
there is no factor.
They should be the same.
Yeah.
It's a notation for the FAA calculation software. AMSL means NAVD 88. It's just different notations.
Right.
That what I believe what is being done here is just mistakes or typos in like putting the elevations for the points 1 through 5 from the FAA determination on the plan. And I let them clarify that.
Yeah, I hope so
Yeah.
because,
Ms.
I
Prenger
just-
on the phone.
yes, Ms.
I'm sorry,
Prenger?
the phone. So-
I just wanted to show you that like what the chair was saying, this is the determination of no hazard from the FAA. And for example, this is building 0.5 and it says 229 feet above AMSL. And then when you go to the plan, 0.5 actually says 230. And same thing with the other points like she was saying. So it's not matching. If AMSL equals NAVD 88, then the point number should match.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other comments from you, Commissioner Sheta?
No, nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I just want to add on to Commissioner Shetta's comment about explaining whether this is an interpolation that establishes this maximum building height on all of the drawings. Graphically, I think in the past, I haven't been through a lot of these, but we have also seen the plane of maximum building height shown as a, in a 2D section as a angled plane that represents the actual slope across the site where the section is being taken. And that helps us, at least graphically, understand that these points are not all in one flat plane, but actually the whole thing is part of a larger conical surface. So as a standard, I mean, I don't know whether the interpolation is what we accept, and we also accept a plane, dependent on where you take that section. I mean, in my mind, the simplest thing would be to have just the plane above a 3D version of the building so you could see whether it goes through the plane, because it's a 3-dimensional piece of a cone that we're talking about. And then the building is going up right up underneath it. I know we haven't probably asked for that before, but that's at least what my brain would like to see so that we can all see what the FAA said and that the building is underneath that plane.
I
that-
what you're saying. Yeah, I definitely in the past, we have never asked for an axion with that thing, but maybe it can be done in a more, I don't know if it can be done using an elevation to some extent because it is sloping primarily in one direction.
Yes, it could. Many applicants have done it.
Have done
before. Yeah.
axionometric,
yeah.
they have?
Not axonometric. On the elevation of the section, they used to show the limiting service for the FAA maneuver itself.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so that can be then.
In this application, they just put that like the limiting point to them, and they put it. If you look at page 8, they put it as a red line,
Okay,
horizontal red line. But
So-
usually applicants used to show like the sloping limiting surfaces.
I think we recently approved one and this was on Parsons Boulevard. And maybe Ms. Prenga, you can share that sample with the applicant. with regards to how to show the plane of the slope.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. And maybe something going forward, that's something we should just put it as a standard. Thank you.
Move on.
Yes.
Item number 40, 2022-86 BZ, 1762 East 9th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, I did not see the proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing on this, on my, in the
No, we
file.
did get this.
We did?
This is the ones we, from Angeline, we had.
Well, we didn't get it.
No, it
This
wasn't.
is East Ninth Street.
Yeah.
We got.
I didn't, I,
It was the mailing receipt.
This is-
What we did get wasn't consistent with what the board.
Yeah, I just want to correct the record. I believe you said East Ninth Street. It's East Third Street.
oh, I
did I
have it
say?
as East 9th Street also.
I have on East 9th Street on the lineup.
2022-86 BZ.
It's not.
Zero, yeah,
I must have
2022-86 BZ.
We're in the number 40, not the
got it.
last one.
Sorry.
Okay, you got it? Okay. So, yeah, I checked and I didn't find it.
Came in the mail.
I think
I think we did this on Friday, didn't we, Chase?
I looked
It was
on
requested.
Friday and I didn't see it.
So we did not get proof of service. What we did get in lieu of proof of service was the applicant's proof of notification and notarized documents and postage canceled lists of mailings to 1530 40 different addresses.
Right.
Which is received by the US Post Office as going out on May 16th.
That's the hearing. What about the initial service?
Oh, I didn't know there was an issue.
I did not see the initial service on it, but I think it must have been because the community has voted.
So I would advise that the record not be closed today, should the board find that the findings have been made, and we keep the record open at least for one more continued hearing with proper notice to go out again.
Okay. This one. This is proper notice to go out for the initial here, initial filing.
And
Initial filing or for hearing both?
For the continued hearing.
For the continue, okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, are you asking about the proof of initial service for 2022-86-BZ?
Yes,
I am seeing something in the file. It is an email to the borough president, community board, council member, DCP, and buildings department, if you want to see it.
okay, but it was just an email, it did not have a confirmation. Are we okay with that kind of submission?
I think we have rules about our notice, right?
Does it meet our requirements? So maybe that's something we can look into during the hearing. I don't want to delay our. I just don't think it was properly processed, but we need to go through that.
That's for the initial.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, though we cannot locate I at least was not able to locate the initial filing, proof of initial filing. It seems the community board did receive it because the community board did vote on it and voted to approve, with 9 in opposed, 25 in favor. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622 for bulk modification for an enlargement and a conversion of an existing 2-family detached home to a 1-family detached home located in Community District 6 in Brooklyn. And the applicant is seeking a waiver of side yard and rear yard. The rest are permitted within the zoning regulations. So one of the questions I think the proposal, as I said, is to convert from to one family, and it's increasing one of the side yards from 3'2" to 4'10" and increase the rear yard depth to 23 feet on the first floor and 20 foot on the second floor and 29 foot on the third floor. This is based on the plans. And I think the ask is minimal. Though the rear yard depth on the second floor should be at a minimum same as on the first floor, because it's kind of weird in this case. The first floor has a rear yard depth of 23 feet. The second floor has a rear yard depth of 20 feet, and the third floor has a rear yard depth of 29. We typically see 20 feet on the first floor. The second floor sets back further, and the attic sets back even further. And in this case, it's somewhat of a reverse. So I'm not sure why the applicant is not following a similar configuration where the second floor then sets back or is equal to, in this case, as the same depth as the first floor, 23 feet. And then the third floor sets back even more to 29 feet as proposed. And this can easily be achieved by moving the stair runs to the third floor without even reducing any of the space for the bedrooms. And I don't have any other comments on this one. Vice Chair Shabeta?
Thank you, Chair. I found this to be a minimal ask. It's in line with the character of the community. I have no further comments.
Okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sheta.
I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I had no comments.
I will make.
Hi, given that the applicant is seeking to maintain an existing non-complying front yard, we need a Belcher Hyde or Sanborn map. 1940s tax photo does not clearly depict the front yard nor the side yards. Then continuing on to the side yards, it seems that there is an existing non-compliant condition as to both side yards where 5 feet and 8 feet are required. Less than 3 feet and less than 7 feet are provided. That's an existing condition. And we all know that in a 73-622, we cannot create a new non-compliant condition. However, the applicant seems to be maintaining the 6 foot 10 inch and 3/4 side yard, but creating a new non-complying side yard at 4 feet 10 and 3/4 inches. While it is less of a degree of non-compliance, I'd like the board and the applicant to discuss whether that is a creation of a new non-complying side yard. I believe 73-622 only permits an applicant here to maintain their existing non-compliance.
Good catch. And yes, that needs to be established. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, move on.
Yes.
Item number 41, 2022-91 BZ, 1492 East 24th Street.
Okay, in this one, we did receive the proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve this project. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622 for bulk modification for an enlargement of an existing one-family detached home located in Community District 15 in Brooklyn. And the applicant is seeking a waiver of floor area ratio, open space ratio, and rear yard. The statement of fact states that 30-foot rear yard on the attic level. However, it does not match the proposed plan, which shows it at 36'1". I do like the 36'1" more than the 30-foot rear yard. But that's for the applicant to clarify. The roof height needs to be reduced to 35 foot. The slope can be lessened by to bring the height down. With regards to the retention of the existing exterior wall, 50% of is proposed to be retained on the exterior, both on the first and second floor. So that satisfied the retention. I don't have any other comments on this other than the roof height of this project needs to be brought down and the ask is minimal. Vice Chair Shibata.
I agree with your comments. I have nothing further from me.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you that the height need to be brought down a little bit. I have a suggestion for them. I looked at the photos they submitted, and in view number 12, I see the sidewall has a significant, I would say, structural crack. I would suggest that they fix this before they proceed with the construction. It might be impairing the carrying capacity of that sidewall. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I didn't have any comments. I just want to respond to the total building height. Is there a maximum? There is no
The
is
maximum.
it sky exposure, or it's a plane 1-to-1?
I think it's 35 foot. If I seem to recall.
Because
What is the building district? R2, no, R2 is sky exposure.
yeah, so when I looked at, I also had the same reaction, but then I thought that we can't actually limit the height because as long as they're compliant with the underlying regulations.
I think generally, while this is controlled by the sky exposure plane, the building's height tend to be more in the range of 35 foot, and it's an issue of the neighborhood character and the context. And pretty much most of the buildings in this block front do not exceed that. So, and it's not like we are taking away, the proposal would eliminate any of the functional spaces or anything. It's just kind of the way the roof is laid out. If the pitch is lowered, it would just work. Nothing would be removed.
Understood. Okay, great. I have nothing further. Thank you.
I just have one question for the board, sharing the zoning analysis form for this application. In the notes section, there's a asterisk equals pre-existing noncompliance. I'm missing that there's an asterisk tied to any of these sections. It must be front yard. So if the applicant seeks to allege that the front yard is an existing non-compliant condition, we need a Sanborn map or a Belcher-Hyde map demonstrating such. The board cannot grant a substandard front yard.
Yeah, we cannot waive front yard.
And do accurately note or asterisk that zoning analysis chart where the note is relevant.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Move on.
Yes.
Item number 42, 2022 93BZ and 2022 94A, 141-10 32nd Avenue, Queens.
Okay, so we received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to disapprove this application. The committee report found that it was not a minimal variance and affected the neighborhood character, ingress and egress from 32nd Avenue, and that ingress and egress from 32nd Avenue was awkward and may pose a dangerous condition. This is an application for a variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to waive density, bulk, and yard requirements and a waiver of GCL 36 to develop a 7-story residential development on the subject site. So the applicant is seeking a waiver of floor area ratio, front yard, planting requirement, rear yard, yard beyond 100 feet of the street line pursuant to zoning resolution section 23-471 and height and setback, and as also GCL 36. So this is a very irregular mid-block site. It's actually like the donut of the block, if you think of it, donut within a donut. The applicant is, it's currently a vacant, underutilized site. It has in the past been used for storage purposes of vehicles. The site is zoned for residential use, and I think in the past it may have been used for public parking, which is not a permitted use. So the applicant is proposing a 7-story building with 32 dwelling units and 21 on-site parking spaces. Proposed building height would be 74 feet. So first I want to start with the plan, the proposed plan. Indicate on the site plan elevations and sections and shade the areas of waivers. And can the pavers and the be permeable and also comply with fire department requirement? I just want to point out that fire department did review this proposed plan and approve this proposed plan. So my questions with regards to pavers and permeable can that be provided, and can that still comply with fire department? Can an above ground planting in the rear yard be provided and in the courtyard? As I stated, fire department has issued no objection provided certain conditions are met. And the conditions are that the proposed private road providing fire apparatus access must be unobstructed. Entire asphalt must be striped in yellow, reflective plain with fire zone and reflective paint with fire zone painted 75-foot increment road built to a DOT roadway load bearing standard. Then a no standing anytime sign shall be posted along the private road. Reflective signage at entrance of the development with building address, height, occupancy classification, hydrant, distance, building fully sprinklered should be posted. Water main and private hydrant shall be installed per DEP standard. And floor numbers and apartment designation shall be affixed below the window sills in front of the rear building. So I think all of those should be, where relevant, should be incorporated into the plan. And if not, into the rest of the documents, or in the should be wherever the project goes subsequently. So with regards to the findings of 7221. The applicant has provided a uniqueness study, which I thought was very clear in analyzing the physical condition of the site to the underlying regulation, and that uniquely affects the subject area. And the study was very thorough. I'm satisfied with it. And I think the site is definitely unique. The applicant also provided 2 as-of-right options. Of course, one is absolutely not viable, and the other one provides a building that would be located at the street front, but it would be difficult to provide due to the narrowness of the site, it really cannot be built in a way that gets a reasonable layout. Financial, I looked at the numbers, nothing stood out, but I will wait to hear from Commissioner Brown on this, and I may ask more questions based on that. With regards to neighborhood character, the proposed development will have no street presence since it will be located in the interior of the interior of the lot surrounded by residential buildings of different height. So the presence of the building will affect the buildings around the site. So it is more important for us to understand the context from inside. This block is developed with mix of housing typology from apartments to multifamily walk-ups to single-family homes. So some of the buildings fronting along 33rd Avenue and some along Union also have mix of residential and commercial use. So what I want the applicant to do is to provide few axonometric views of the site with the abutting building from inside. And along with that, an area map with existing building height and the number of stories. Also, the applicant should provide a rear yard study of the subject block. And one of the things that was not clear, which I think I kind of got a sense of it from the photos, but it was not clear if the ground slopes up in the interior from 32nd. And if it does, does it place the building at a higher elevation, and it would be then higher than the abutting buildings thereby? So it seemed like the ground slopes up in that middle portion. With regards to the built floor area, I would like the applicant to show a comparison of the lot size to FAR and the types of development. And the reason I'm asking for that is that our smaller lots develop with 1 and 2 family homes versus larger lots with multifamily apartments. The neighborhood character needs to provide more narrative regarding the front yard waiver and the planting waiver, and also provide streetscape photos, backup analysis to support the narrative. I had a question with regards to the as-of-right, and that is the as-of-right plan that shows the 4-story building. I'm not sure if it meets the planting requirements. I'm not even sure if that is an as-of-right building. So if the applicant could clarify that. With regards to the self-created, note to the applicant and the applicant community regarding submitting ownership charts and deeds. For ease of review, provide minimal number of tables and tag the deed with respective lots and highlight the affected portions of the deeds that responds to the findings. So based on the information provided, since this is an interior lot, it abuts several lots, and the applicant has provided many such comparisons. And it would be nice if it was one long chart with all the lots listed. We can zoom in. The benefit of getting anything electronic, we can always zoom in and look at the detail. So lots 24 and lot 59 are the subject lots. They have been under single ownership since 1961. And for that, the Sanborn map has been provided. The question is regarding the common ownership between lots 42 and 43 and the subject lots 24 and 59 between 1958 and 1988. The historical Sanborn map clearly shows that the configuration of the lots have not changed since 1903. And the chart number 5 from all the deeds and everything, it didn't clarify as to the ownership of lot 42. So if the applicant if the applicant can clarify that at the hearing, that would be good. Based on the property ownership and the configuration of the lots, I'm of the opinion that the subject lot would have required a GCL 36, even if it was commonly held with lots 42 and 43. And given the irregular shape of the subject lot, some waiver would have been required. So I think the hardship in this case is not self-created. That takes me to the last finding, and that is the minimal. The site is uniquely situated and would need a GCL 36 waiver and possibly some of the waivers. However, the applicant needs to demonstrate alternatives that may have been considered while they were considering the possibility of developing this site, designing this site, that would have minimized some of the waivers. So I was thinking of like, could an L-shaped single loaded corridor or L-shaped townhouses, townhouse walk-ups with that are 4-story, possibly along the rear lot line, could that have worked, and could that have addressed the would that be a minimal or a lesser variance than the proposed? So those are my questions. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So this is obviously, to me, it's obviously unique, and I believe they did a sufficient job on the uniqueness statement. With regard to the financial analysis, I'll wait till I hear from both Commissioner Huntley Brown and Commissioner Shetta. The community character, this is interesting because it's community character within a block. So it creates I do appreciate, and I think it'd be great if they could provide the details that you requested about looking at this proposal within the block and comparing it to everything around it. From what I understand, there is a very different sizes of buildings on that block, and it's going to be affecting from I believe some are 7-story, I believe some are 4-story and smaller. So it would be great to see that, to understand how this is going to be affecting the character. With regard to the D finding, I did not find this to be self-created. While granted, there are 2 lots that were held in common ownership with these lots, those 2 lots were not provide, and they are fronting. If you include those 2 lots, you'll still have a unique shape. You'll still have a lot that doesn't have sufficient frontage. So I don't believe it would be relevant or would have better or worse situation by that subdivision. The E finding, again, it's going to relate back to the financials. So I'm going to wait and hear from my colleagues.
Oh, and I forgot to ask, are you satisfied? I even forgot to mention, I'm satisfied with the request for a GCL 36 waiver. Are you satisfied?
I am, I find, you have something, Chris?
If I may, I don't want to jump in out of order. So General City Law 36 is a bar on construction for buildings that do not front on a mapped street. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe 32nd Avenue is a mapped street.
Right, but I think it's the number of feet between the structure and the map street.
It's a
So building code section 501.3.1 is frontage. Every building exclusive of accessory building shall have at least 8% of the total perimeter of the building adjoining a street or frontage space.
in this case,
From what I'm reading, the applicant is constructing a private road, which is a right of way other than a street that provides vehicular access to 5 or more dwelling units within its zoning lot. It's essentially a driveway within the zoning lot that meets the definition of private road within zoning because the driveway serves 5 or more units. I think the applicant should research whether or not GCL 36 is actually implicated here. And to the extent it's not, all they would seek would be a building code waiver, if it's relevant, of section 501.3.1, because 501.3.1 does not discuss a mapped street or frontage space. The applicant is proposing to front on a driveway that I'm going to assume will meet fire department specifications. I'm not so certain that a GCL 36 waiver is required here, given that 32nd Avenue, the street to which the zoning lot will front, is a map street.
okay.
Do you believe that more than 8% of?
I believe that 8% of the building can front on a street or frontage space, which is not defined or required as a mapped street in accordance with GCL 36. The 8% frontage rule is under the building code. And if the fire department interprets that private road driveway within the zoning lot as being a street to which 8% of the building fronts, I don't think I think the applicant only needs the 7221.
Okay,
I
Um,
just,
I'm happy to be
I just
wrong.
looked at the frontage, it's 17 feet, 7 inches. And I just proportioned that to the perimeter. And I believe it's about 6% if I did it right.
I think.
With respect to the private road?
The frontage on 32nd Ave is 17 feet.
But that's not what I'm saying. 32nd Ave is with regard to whether the zoning lot and the building fronts on a mapped street. 32nd Avenue is a mapped street. Building code 501.3.1 is about the building's perimeter fronting on a street or frontage space. Mapped, unmapped. If the fire department determines that the private road driveway that's proposed to be erected within the zoning lot provides more than 8% access to the site or more than 8% frontage space on the perimeter, they might be satisfied under 501.3.1.
But in order for us to put the people LFI, don't we need to make sure that they have at least 8% frontage on a map street? In order for us to say you don't need it?
So anytime a GCL 36 waiver comes in, given that the zoning lot doesn't front on a map street, the building doesn't front on a map street, and then by virtue, 8% of the building doesn't front on a street or frontage space. There is no street. So we often look at both of those issues hand in hand.
Okay.
For instance, if 32nd Avenue was a map street, I wouldn't have said any of this. So this-
Ms. Pringa has her hand up.
Hi, I just pulled up the definition of private road in 1210, and I thought that the reason why they may need the GCL is because the private road is a right of way other than a street that provides vehicular access from a street to 5 or more dwelling units that are within buildings or building segments located beyond 50 feet of the street line. So it is beyond 50 feet of the. I still think they should research the question.
It's not disputed that the applicant is proposing to construct a private road within their zoning lot.
I think we should.
The question is whether that private road qualifies as a frontage space to provide 8% frontage of the building in satisfaction of 501.3.1.
Let's have the applicant. respond.
I would let the
Thank you.
applicant respond. We have given them an option, and this is for, maybe it's more of a belts and suspender. I kind of suspect that's what's going on because we do have a DOB objection. But, but, this is for the applicant to clarify. If they think they want it just to be on the safe side, that's their call. But,
I'm happy to discuss.
yeah, and in that case, please do discuss with Council Vine and, but if it is needed, please do explain it and it would be good for all of us. to
It's probably
understand.
best to explain it in writing because we're not prepared to tackle this question at the moment.
Yes, yes, I agree. The hearing won't be the location. I think it would be best after the hearing, you have a discussion with our executive director and our general counsel regarding this. Okay, where was I?
Commissioner Hartley Brown.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I found the uniqueness study very convincing and very thorough in terms of the way in which they characterize the subject lot and as well as the comparisons to the surrounding lots within the 1,000-foot radius. So I was convinced that the site was unique. I looked at the financial analysis and I found all of their assumptions to be quite reasonable, which is probably a first. And even my own personal Street Easy research did not uncover anything that would prove those assumptions to be inaccurate. And so therefore, I feel that they met both the B finding and the E finding. And I felt that as for the D finding, I felt that the brief co-ownership with lots 42 or 43 would not have enabled the development of the interior of that lot without some kind of a waiver. And so therefore, I find that they've met the D finding as well. So I actually have no questions.
You want to talk
Wow.
about the C finding?
What
Oh,
was
the C
neighbor-
finding. Oh, sorry, I left out the C finding. While I do believe that this neighborhood is surrounded by a mix of densities and heights, I do agree with the two of you actually that we could benefit from some kind of analysis of the impact of the building in the mid-block on its surrounding lots. And that also would probably satisfy the community board because it seemed like the community board's concern was of the impact of a building in the center of the lot. So four findings met, and one they'll work on.
Right, okay. Thank you, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the only finding I'm struggling with is the minimum variance finding. I cannot understand why if this is as of right, FAR is 2, meaning that if this lot was regular and was somewhere else in the block, they could have built to 2 FAR and the project should have been then viable. I don't know why they need to go to 2.74 FAR in order for them to get to a viable project. That's why I believe that they need to squeeze the building height a little bit, maybe the floor area and the building height together. So they can get to a place where the proposal is more reasonable. I have actually a comment on the soft post for the as of right, it's about 20%. I did look at the building and I'm familiar with the area. This is a very straightforward construction. And I believe 20% soft cost in addition to what is being considered in Marshall and Swift is kind of like a high number. In the proposed, it's more reasonable. It's just 11%. So I'm not sure if the number says that that as of right is not viable. I understand that because of the floor area that's available to them to build over. But for the proposed, again, I'm struggling with understanding why 2.74 is for FAR is the number needed, why it's not 2. And that's all what I have for now.
Thank you.
By the way, my computer is restarting, so if I'm like off for 2 minutes, it's back. Thank you. It came back. That's good.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I think I echo the same concern that has already been mentioned about the impact to the surrounding lots. So there are, I think, 8 existing lots that will abut the proposed building. There are many more lots that abut the proposed development site, but the building itself will be basically right against rear yards of eight projects. I do agree that we need more information on the rear yard dimensions and depths of that subject block. And here, just to keep in mind, the intent of the rear yard is that in at least a residential zone is that everyone provides 30 feet, so you get 60 feet window to window. In this case, we're going to have less than that, and we're going to be creating that condition for all of the neighbors, and that may be unavoidable, but given the combination of the height and the shallower depth that is being created, I do have some concerns about the impact to the neighbors. So showing that one building is at 91 feet on the project does not justify 74 feet or 34 feet above the current maximum building height in my mind. I think a more thorough analysis needs to be provided in order to justify the neighborhood character. And I have nothing further.
So with regards to the window lot line to lot line, I think if it is window to window, it's 60. If it is window to a wall, it's 30. And I think in this case, pretty much most of the apartment windows are facing the courtyard, which is 30 by 40 foot. So that would meet the requirement, and the rest are facing the rear yards. One is facing a rear yard that is 30 foot, and the other one is facing the front yard actually, which is facing 32nd Avenue. I'm trying to remember whether the units to the back where they're facing, no, the units to the back that is facing west are not facing any lot line. It is just facing along the rear.
Yeah, I agree. They do appear to be compliant, and I will definitely say this is a challenging site in which to make compliant residential units that that meet all of those light and air requirements. It looks like they've done a good job with making all of that work. I'm just concerned about the neighborhood context, and I think that, as we've all said, a bit more analysis to document what the actual impact is going to be given the proposed height and its proximity to its neighbors will help us understand what that impact is going to be.
I agree. I think I forgot to mention this as I'm looking at the plans and the size of the units. I have to say, given we do see a lot of applications for residential development through these special permits and variances, and the proposed unit sizes are somewhat on the generous end. So I would like the applicant to clarify if those could be reduced, and that can reduce some of the density ask if possible. Because, for example, I'm looking at unit 7A, which is a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. It's nearly 1,300 square foot. Typically, we see 2 bedrooms around no more than 1,000 square feet. So just maybe there are ways to make the building envelope a little bit tighter and reduce the density. Okay. Those are my comments. Thank you, very much for your thorough and thoughtful analysis on this application. Next case.
Item number 43, 2023-02BZ, 2003 East Third Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. We received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this application. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622 for bulk modification for an enlargement of an existing one-family detached home pursuant to zoning resolution. Okay, why am I repeating it? A one-family detached home at the subject site, and the applicant is seeking a waiver of floor area ratio and permitted wall height. I have actually a lot of concern with this project. So this is in an R2X district within the Special Ocean Parkway District, but the Special Ocean Parkway District doesn't have any overriding regulations. It's the R2X regulations that applies. So first of all, based on the historic Sanborn map provided from 1930 to 2007, it seems there was no addition made to the existing building in the rear. However, when I look at the existing plan, there is a 14-foot by 35-foot 11-inch enlargement that extends beyond the building in the rear. This is basically the building as it is shown up till 2007. So the building footprint is therefore larger than what is shown in the Sanborn map as the last one being 2007. And this enlargement results in a rear yard of 9 foot 11 inches. So this seems to be totally non-complying, and I don't think it was built based on any certificate of occupancy or any permit, because this building does not have any certificate of occupancy as the applicant states. And I did not do a search in the BIS, but it seems this was an illegal enlargement. Historic Sanborn does not show this house and the garage that is connected with it. It seems this enlargement is literally connected with the garage. So therefore, the existing rear yard depth of 9 foot 11 is not a legally non-complying as stated in the statement of fact. And again, I would like, just for the benefit of doubt, I would like the applicant to submit if any extension was approved by DOB. And similarly, the southern side yard measurement as stated in statement of fact as 19 foot 2 inches is incorrect. The measurement is taken from this enlarged portion, as I stated earlier, which was enlarged post 2007 based on a Sanborn map. And that cannot be considered a legally non-complying side yard unless the applicant can provide the necessary DOB sign off for this enlargement. So the existing legal side yard depth would be that 19 foot 2 inches plus that 8 foot 5 inches that the previous building had. Also, the statement of facts in that also needs to be corrected, and all other documents. Please make sure that the measurements indicated in the plans and the statement of facts are consistent, because the statement of fact is incorrect on page 2 regarding the building footprint. And it says that the building footprint has remained unchanged since 1930, and based on what I've stated, it has changed. Label each room and shade the existing legally complying floor plates to remain per floor on the proposed plan. I think I'm finding this particular architect's approach to drafting a little problematic, and I would like the applicant to get a sample copy from our project manager, which kind of shows the way the information should be dimensioned, because it makes it very easy to understand for the commissioners what portion of the building is staying and what portion of the building is being enlarged. Provide the existing and proposed floor to ceiling heights in all the plans. And in the proposed plan, it is difficult to distinguish between the existing wall to remain and the new wall. It is not matching the floor diagrams on BSA 2 and 3. So moving on to the proposed, the applicant is proposing to retain 20 feet on first floor And proposing to retain 20 foot of rear yard on the first floor. So regarding the greenhouse, which extends beyond the 20 feet in the rear yard, it must be removed from the plan, as I don't think it seems to be designed as a separate structure. Revise the plan and show the building terminating at 20 feet from the rear yard. BSA is not approving a greenhouse, and it is for the DOB. It is for DOB to make that determination. As part of the proposed enlargement, a fence with gate is proposed, which will be located in on the city sidewalk. BSA is not opining on the construction of the fence and the gate in the bed of the city sidewalk, so it should be removed from the plan. Indicate on elevations and sections the proposed slope of the roof. I'm not sure it is meeting the 45-degree pitch condition along all frontages, especially along the rear. Because per elevation drawing, the applied zoning resolution section is incorrect. It should be 23-631 B6 to II for R2X and not 23-631 B2. Okay, so moving on to the retention of exterior wall. The analysis is not possible to review, first of all. Most importantly, only the legally complying exterior walls can be counted for the analysis. This has been a board's position and rule that has been applied consistently since I've been on this board. The plan needs to dimension all the legally complying existing exterior wall and dimension only the legally complying exterior wall that will be retained in the exterior portion. Only the exterior wall that remains on the exterior will be counted towards the retention to meet the minimum 50%. So on the first floor, if you subtract the 7-foot 8-inch and 2-foot 9-inch, it will that will not be counted to be remaining, because these will be interior walls based on the proposed development, and therefore the retention will significantly reduce from 50% as shown, and same applies for second floor. Retention will be less than 50% thereby. I want the project manager to provide a sample to the applicant as to how the exterior walls are measured and retained and diagrammatically shown. And the same analysis needs to be shown for retention of existing joist per floor that is legally complying and must be minimum and 50% must be retained. Minimum 50% must be retained. Since the existing joists are being raised, and provide a structural analysis of the way that will be retained, project manager, please provide a sample for that. We have seen several of those. So moving on to the findings, the applicant is proposing an enlargement of the building, and the zoning district allows 0.85 FAR. What the applicant is proposing, a development would result in an FAR of 1.24. Now, in terms of floor area, the existing building is at 3,298 square feet. The proposed building would be at 7,560 square foot. Though there are, the applicant has provided an FAR study, though there are some sites that are built above 0.85 FAR, the lot area of these sites are less and significantly less than the subject site, which is probably the largest in the area. So comparing FAR would not be the way to determine the built context. I want the applicant to provide a floor area analysis map. And based on a quick review of the Zola data, most of the homes that exceed 0.85 FAR have a built floor area of about 4,000 square feet. The proposed floor area of 7,560 square feet is significantly more than the surrounding context. It must be reduced significantly. Floor area can be reduced by getting rid of the duplicative and wasted circulation space and vestibules that is proposed. With regards to the perimeter wall height, the applicant states that the perimeter wall height is pre-existing non-complying wall and exceeds the permitted 21 foot. And proposes to retain the existing perimeter wall height. As I stated, with regards to the retention of existing exterior wall, The portion of the perimeter wall that is proposed to be retained is only partially remaining along the northern lot line. Thus, I see no reason as to why the required perimeter wall height cannot be achieved by reducing the existing wall height to 21 feet. This is a significantly extensive construction, so this is not a big change. With regards to rear yard, though that is not one of the waivers that is being sought, I think the applicant is relying on zoning resolution section 23544, which with regards to retaining the 20-foot yard, and I think that is being applied incorrectly. The purpose was to allow a 10-foot encroachment only up to the maximum height of the perimeter wall of 21 feet, and then the roof from the height of 25 feet had to slope back and not exceeding a slope of 45 degrees. In this case, the roof is pitching above 22 feet, exceeding the perimeter wall height. Also, the application of dormer provision is extremely generous and possibly not permissible. In the attic, the room in the rear definitely does not qualify for dormer rules and has a domed roof, which is contrary to the 45-degree pitched roof condition. A rear yard study must be provided for the subject block. The board has required a rear yard study to determine the context of the block. As it is, the lot is one of the largest in the block, and the proposed floor area seems to be too large for the area. So at a minimum, the second floor of the building must set back by 10 feet from the first floor, and the roof shall pitch as required, no more than 45-degree angle above 25-foot high. So I've said enough. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there's anything left for me to say. I think you have everything I wrote, so, and a lot more. So I reserve.
Okay. So you agree with me?
I agree with your saying.
Okay, all right. All right. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with you that the proposed house is ridiculously large. It's like it ate the old house for breakfast, basically. And I feel that as for wall retention, I can't understand how they could get to the percentages, the threshold percentages that they got to. And some of the walls that they are retaining are interior partitions that aren't even necessary. And so I do find that problematic. So those are my questions, and I definitely second your questions.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you, and I would add to that that the statement of facts actually has many typos in it, and it need to be proofread. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I had very similar questions about the existing wall and the first floor enlargement, or at least what looks to be that based on the aerials. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
The code of the day is the proposed house ate the old house for breakfast. Okay.
How apropos. How apropos this lunch. Okay, no more questions. This concludes the public review session for June 5th,
Okay.
2023.
Okay,
So we
so
wanna-
we're at 12:09. We can either start with the continued, take it to 1 o'clock, and then go for a lunch break, or we can take a lunch break now and start the public hearing. What's the
you want?
preference?
Whichever. We still have to give them 5 minutes.
So why don't we take, do we want to take a 35-minute break now?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
do a 35-minute break now. It's 12:10. So that takes us to 12:40, right?
So we'll resume at 12:40.
Hmm?
We'll resume at 12:40.
45.
12:45, sorry, we said 35
12:45?
minutes, right? 12:45, sorry.
So we'll resume at 12:45. Okay.
Okay. We're recording.
We are live.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the calendar. Public, that says break.
Tony, I don't think your mic is on.
Off, okay, sorry, thank you. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing. The screen needs to show change for June 6th, 2023. Yeah, I know, it still says break, that's what I'm saying, it's still. Okay. Just call the cases. Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 33, 2021, 71 BZ. 10531 76th Street, Queens. This is Lise Fullader. And who else? Oh, she's in the other room. You got her? Sorry, thank you.
Elise, let us know if anyone's joining you.
Sandy,
Sandy Agnostu, right?
yes.
Got her.
And then, I'm not sure for who from the mosque, there's a Ruhal and a Muhammad and, one of those people might be waiting.
Ruhal Abedin?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Ruhal Abedin and Mahfazur Rahman.
Oh, I don't see that one.
And is Dora Sanchez going to also be part of it?
oh, no, Sandy is from Caliendo, so Dora doesn't need to come.
Okay,
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Ruhal, is anyone else from your team gonna be on, or is just you okay? He's on
Mr.
yeah, Abedin,
Ruhal.
Ruhal Abedin, and last time I think Mahfazur Rahman had joined.
I don't see his name there, though. Do you?
Ruhal, does anyone else from your mosque need to come on?
You're muted.
Can't hear you.
I don't see anyone.
Unmute.
it's-
It's on the right, the lower hand of your screen, lower right, left hand.
They are here, but they are here,
anyone
they're listening
joining-
in, but they're not talking.
Okay, then we're fine.
We're good? Are we good?
Mhm.
All
Yep.
three? That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, everyone raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed. You heard the board's comments. Please respond.
Okay, thank you. Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Sandy from Caliendo's office, the architect's office, and Paul. He is representative of the mosque. And we will go through your questions. So I guess I could start with the easier items first. Okay, the fence, we're happy to choose a fence type that is opaque and add acoustical buffering as appropriate. You said windows on the north need to be fixed and sound attenuated, and then noise attenuated to the south. We're happy to fix put the window notes and add sound attenuation as appropriate. The roof, as you pointed out, will not be accessible to congregants. We can add.
So sorry, I maybe have the orientation wrong. One would be north and the other one would be, I think that would be facing 76th Street.
Okay,
I may have the orientation incorrect. Because the windows facing Glenmore are not into the main prayer area. So, right, it's really the windows from the windows on 76th Street that's and the one on the north side will be providing light into the prayer area.
okay, so any areas that are providing windows to the prayer area will be sound attenuated.
Right.
That's what
And the window on the north side should be fixed.
window.
Non-operable.
Okay. And then I was going into accessibility for congregants. We can add a note that the roof will not be accessible to congregants. You are correct about how the energy law is changing, so we can clarify any of that if you want about how what energy the building will be using as appropriate. Note that there shall be no outdoor sound and gathering. I don't think I'm saying your full note, but we can add a note about sound and gathering outside. We don't intend on doing any of that. And I'm trying to parallel. And then I think the big question is about the heights. Oh, this is, so for the programmatic needs study, we wanted to show you the max occupancy on every floor, and we weren't sure how to show you both the max occupancy on every floor and to show you how many people we intend on coming to the congregation at the different times. So if you have a suggestion, we'll take it. Otherwise, we'll figure out how to rework it. So we're not just showing you max occupancy, but we're showing you who comes at what time. It was a little bit tricky there. So like the narrative explained, as you pointed out, that we'll really only use the main prayer hall for most of the prayers in the day. But then on Friday prayers and on holidays, we'll start using the other floors. And yes, the third floor will be for women who currently don't come to pray because there's no room. So we don't know exactly how many, but a lot of people are not able to come to the mosque right now that we hoped will come and we anticipate will come once this is built, because currently they have to pray in the streets. So while women don't come now, we're hoping that they do come and use the third floor in the future.
So what I want to also get a clear, one of the things that I was raising before I get to that complex part of it is there was some simultaneous use of the space. For example, I pointed out the schools, after school programs for boys and girls, they would be using the same floor that is also listed as the space that would be used for prayer. So
so we need to clarify that, but at that time, we only anticipate using the main floor for prayer and then the multi-purpose room and the third floor. The multi-purpose room will be for the boys, third floor for the girls, for the educational use at that time. So yeah, I think that we could be clear about that.
Yeah. So clarify the utilization chart based on all the simultaneous occupancy. Now, so the utilization chart and in the chart in the programmatic need, it's showing the maximum occupancy. However, I think in your text, you do state what actually will be the projected occupancy for weekdays and
yeah, that's what we tried to do, but I don't know how.
That's fine. I think or unless you want to add a table that just says projected occupancy and that's the maximum. This
We
way
could
the
do that. That sounds easy.
the maximum is for the holiday Fridays and the main for Eid al-Fitr and other high holidays, and then the rest are for daily and regular occurrences. So I think that way it would be helpful.
Yeah, and what we anticipate is generally the first and second on like Fridays and times that people are coming will be full, like will be utilized, and then the third floor for women, and that's on normal Fridays. And then during Ramadan, every single floor will need to be.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So, okay, and then are we ready to move on to the height issue, do you think? Or is there anything more we want to talk about in programmatic?
Yeah. The reason also it's important for the programmatic need to be very clear, because that also affects the height discussion, as you gathered from our conversation here.
Definitely.
So yeah, let's move on to the height discussion.
So with the height discussion, as I think the board appropriately pointed out, in a synagogue, there's often a mezzanine that's open to everyone. And they're all separate floors. So we're trying to have non-congested space on every single floor that's separated, not one, congregant all together. And then there's going to be like screens that project what's happening on the main floor in each separate floor. So that is a concern for us, to not have each of those floors be congested and have the space that is needed for this Bangladeshi community that's growing tremendously and can't even, they already pray in the streets. So that is why, like, we need each of the spaces. We don't want people to feel congested, especially when we're only providing like 7 square feet per person. But I can have Sandy add to that conversation because I think she can help clarify. As you pointed out, our heights were not totally correct. And I think that she can help explain those heights as they are and maybe clarify a little, and then we can discuss further. So,
Okay,
Sandy.
Go ahead, Ms. Agnostic.
Yes, so we have reduced the proposed building height. And so currently what's being proposed is 40 feet and then 3'6" parapet. What is permitted here in accordance with section 2451 is 35 feet. So really there's a 5-foot difference. And I think in some of maybe on the cover letter, it was a typo, 41'1" or something like that, but the correct proposed building height is 40 feet. The board made some suggestions during the review session, and of course we're considering all of them and how we can improve the building, but still maintain the sense of a monumental building, especially for houses of worship. They have always been symbols of freedom, which our nation was really founded on. And we want the experience for all the congregants to be the same, women, men. So there are prayer spaces on every level. So that was the reason for the proposed heights, to keep them pretty equal. And also what Elise mentioned earlier, they're not very open spaces. They're not mezzanine spaces, which are open to a much larger area. So that was really the concern. So right now the floor to ceiling height is 12'6". We can look at possibly reducing the second and third floor, or just the third floor. But really what the congregation wanted was to provide the same spiritual experience for all its congregants, no matter what floor they were on. Also, as Commissioner Yoon made some comments about setting back the parapet wall from the street wall and providing railings so that there's less of an impact, we can look at that as well. But in terms of the neighborhood character, immediately adjacent, it's true that the proposed building height is larger than the immediately adjacent residences, but 1 to 2 blocks from here is a mosque, existing mosque, which is actually higher than the height that we're currently proposing. So we just would like the board to take all of those comments and concerns we have into consideration.
So Commissioner Yoon suggested setting the parapet wall away from the street wall height. Is that something that the congregants has considered and looked into? Because that can also reduce some of the visual height, or it could be a very transparent material. That way, at least you don't see the material. There are ways of making the building appear not taller, and that I think those are the suggestions that Commissioner Yoon had stated, and had also stated there are ways of making the building not appear so tall. You could have the physical height you have, but how about providing some of the horizontal striation where you don't have the windows to kind of anchor the building to the ground. So those were some of the suggestions and Commissioner Yoon's suggestion. Have you given some thought to that?
We discussed it during the review session. So the congregation is considering it. So when you say transparent, like a glass railing setting back the street, the parapet wall and then having a glass.
I'm going to ask Commissioner Yoon to make it clear because this was a good idea from Commissioner Yoon. So maybe she can explain it better than I can. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just suggesting to actually eliminate the parapet and just provide a curb effectively at the top of the street wall and to provide your fall protection via some form of railing. It could be glass, but that's tends to be a bit more expensive. So I was suggesting even pipe rails that are, light colored, or they could be aluminum railings, but it's only for maintenance fall protection at that point, since no one is occupying the roof. And so those can be set back from the street wall so that they're not visible really from the street. Does that make sense? That was my suggestion.
Okay, so eliminating the parapet wall and having a railing but set back from the
Street wall.
street wall.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
And then having instead of a wall, you have more like a railing type of a system that is also not as visible or as doesn't have a very powerful presence.
And I realize what you're saying, the height isn't in so much excess of what is currently permitted, but there's also the fact that you're asking for front yard setback and side yard waivers. So it's not just the height, it's that the whole bulk of the building exceeds the envelope of what's permitted. It sounds like the board generally agrees that the space is needed. We're just trying to minimize the overall impact it's going to have, the appearance of the building, because all of those bulk waivers are being sought simultaneously, effectively creating a monumental building, which we're trying to at least keep a bit more contextual.
so when you say set it back, how much of a setback were you feeling is appropriate here? Like,
so I know FDNY has to, and Deputy Chief Inspector also raised his hand, so they're gonna have an opinion on it. I think as long as it's a couple feet from the street wall, it becomes far less impactful to the elevation of the building from an architectural aesthetic standpoint. And I'll let Chief Daly talk about the fire department's requirements.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon. It minimum 3 feet from the facade of the building.
It can set back minimum 3 feet.
Yes, yeah. The 3 feet will give us a walkway that we can climb over the railing. Of course, the railing will be a maximum height of 3 feet 6 inches, 42 inches or 48 inches. 8 inches, excuse me. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
I would say make it even wider than, this is Commissioner Scherer, I would say make it even wider than 3 feet, make it, let's say 5 feet. So it's not feasible from the street when if somebody's like standing on the opposite side of the mosque and he's looking up, he cannot see that railing. It's like hidden in the back.
I'm just looking at the drawing of the roof plan and I see there's like a shaded area, which I believe is a shaded area is the
Side yard waiver.
that's the waiver area. And I think that would be more than 3 feet. Why don't you just I would say just maintain that as the line. And except the only exception would be by the northern lot line, because there the area, you need to maintain minimum 3 feet. Does that work? Though I do agree with Commissioner Yoon that I think if you set it back at least by a few feet, but this would almost make it oh, no, but you have a staircase there. So here is the thing, your stair run, and I'm looking at it, your stair, this is one of the stair, the door opens onto the area where the we're asking you to set back. So that's an issue of you need to then change the direction of the stair flow.
They can build the parapet for that portion and then turn it in
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So I would be okay with either way, at least as fire department said, or if you want to set it back a little bit more. But just design it and see how it works and how it will be visible from the street line, and then put together an analysis.
And the
based
stair,
on
by
that.
the way, according to the elevation, the stair is not going all the way up to the roof. If you look at page 9,
I'm
she-
looking at the roof plan, page 7. There, one staircase is going to the roof.
that's what I'm saying. On the elevation, it doesn't reflect that. I'm talking about sheet P-8.
I think one
And
stair,
P-9.
yeah, I think one staircase does and the other one does not. So I
No,
leave,
according to P9 and P8, none of them goes all the way up.
so that is something the applicant should look at and make sure
Yeah.
that drawings are consistent, this plan sections and elevations are consistent.
Yeah.
Okay.
FDNY is still raising. I don't know if you.
Hmm?
John is the deputy
Oh.
inspector.
John, sorry.
Who?
John.
Fire department.
Oh, yes.
Fire department, John, sorry.
And I'm comparing my plan to what you just showed. I have a completely different plan. They show 2 stairwell going straight up to the roof. Do I have the latest or the oldest?
The latest set of, well, actually, the drawings that have been submitted is dated 3/21/2023, which is the latest set of plans. The plans were submitted on 5/19/2023, so maybe the revised date is not up to date. But yeah, I mean, based on the roof plan, there's only one staircase that's going up to the roof. The rest are not.
Okay, hey, thank you. I got the wrong, I do not have the latest plan. Okay, thank you very much.
We can also, deputy director, he's a long title.
The chief inspector,
FDNY, on our next submission, we'll put you on the submission.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just saying that.
I was of the understanding, any new submission that is sent, it also automatically goes to fire department. But I guess we will.
But I'm
make-
saying we'll stop the middleman. We'll go straight to the.
Great, thank you. Okay.
And then I think I forgot to speak on the side yard study or the yard study. We will correct that. And then we'll update our zoning analysis after we've looked at all parapet wall, et cetera, and make sure everything matches, because I realize it's all over the.
Yeah, so just going back to the design of the building, can you please put some horizontal striation?
Sure. We'll look at that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I think there are there's another way of designing the central portion where there's an arch that is extending beyond the vertical elements. I think it can still stay within the same vertical elements, except the arch can start at a lower height. So that way your parapet doesn't have to bump up in that area. You can still accentuate it by having the arch, but it doesn't have to physically be over. That could be one way of achieving that.
And you wanted to see a section of that area you mentioned in the review.
Well, if you're going to move the parapet wall back, then I don't think that's necessary because everything will be at the height of 3 foot 6 inches.
Okay.
Or actually, it'll be, if it's lower, it won't be at 3 foot 6 inches. It will be at 6 inches or whatever height of the curb you need for waterproofing and roofing.
Right, exactly, yeah. At that location, you should be just the roof height, no parapets of any sort.
It would be best if you are to keep the arch that you would dimension it compared to the rest of the perimeter, just so that question doesn't come up again.
Yep.
Okay. Any more design comments?
No. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, Ruhal, do you have any questions? Are you good? Okay, just making sure.
I think all the questions that were raised.
And because then I have a question if we're moving on to the next part is, and I guess it's more for Tracy or Jella or somebody, but we provided pedestrian analysis, I believe, and I just wanted to talk about timelines or projected timelines, yeah, for seeker.
Jella? Go ahead, Jella.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We checked in with DOT, and they told us that they are in the process of finishing the comments, and they'll get it to you as soon as possible.
Okay, and then Jella, sorry to be ignorant, but do we also have DP we're waiting for?
No.
No, okay.
So you will receive comments from DOT either today or tomorrow on the survey, and this is for the pedestrian survey.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, should we go to the public then?
Are you finished questions?
I think all our questions, yes.
Okay. You want to change screens, please? Joe? Thank you. The case we're currently discussing is, shoot, sorry. 1 second. My timer is off. Okay, thank you. The case we're currently discussing is 2021-71BZ 105-3176 Street, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 884-6135-0760 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once anyone is permitted in to speak, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss your issues.
Okay. How long will it take for you to make these corrections, Ms. Polidare?
I'm gonna then defer to Sandy. How long do you think you need for plan?
I'd say about 4 weeks.
And hopefully that means we can have, we're gonna need a response from DOT. So if we get a letter in the next few days, then we're probably gonna need a week to respond, and however long DOT needs.
Okay. Also need to make corrections to the
Program and the statement.
Yeah, 4 weeks won't be enough. I think we are looking more in August.
Okay.
So I'm not ready to close because I do want to see the revised envelope, because that goes to the findings of C and E. So unfortunately, I'll have to keep it open until I see the revised proposal.
Okay, understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 34, 2022-18BZ 64 Butler Place, Staten Island. Ms. Fuller, is anyone joining you?
Yeah, Roger Maurice. Oh, I should have texted him, but he might stop. He's there.
He's the architect.
Marazzi. Maurice. Can you visual, please?
Let me see. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you, but we need to see you, sir.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
There he is.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Hi, nice to see you, sir.
Nice to see
Raise your
you.
right hand. Want to raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed. Respond to the
Hi, Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Roger from the architect's office. We heard your comments and sorry if we picked up on some of the issues, but not all of the issues with the self-created hardship. We will be happy to add, which I think you actually fleshed out a lot for us, so we appreciate that in review session, but we'd be happy to explain why all of lot 54 could not have been developed without breaking it up as we did. I'd like to point out that Roger's firm did look at breaking this up in lots of different ways and has provided larger than required lot sizes because this was the most minimum variance that could be found after looking at it a bunch of different ways. So I have him here if you want to ask him any questions, but I think that we can add a paragraph to our hardship study to explain why this was the most minimum way to break up lot 50.
Yeah, I think a good narrative would be very helpful. Just walk us through the exercise of why, and it's good to know that you did look at other alternatives, so you can kind of cite those alternatives to explain why some those would have failed, or failed in the sense, or they would have required more variance. Than what
Yeah.
you were saying.
Or we would have just been left with a giant vacant lot. That's what we found.
All right. So just then go explain it through a narrative process. That would be helpful. Any questions or comments? Okay. Commissioner Yoon? Okay. Let's then go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2022-18BZ 64 Butler Place, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. Excuse me. You will enter the webinar ID number 884-6135-0760 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute and be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Somebody needs to mute. Really, it didn't even look, he didn't even blink.
Okay. So how long will it take for you to make this change to finding D?
Since you only really have like 1 or 2 hearings in July, I'll say a week or 2, but whatever works for you.
Okay. Okay. So here's a question. Does anyone want to consider closing it, even though we do not have the narrative, or do we wait for the narrative and then we close?
I would advise not closing.
Okay.
Defining questions open still.
Okay, all right. Even though I think internally we kind of felt like they would meet it, but we need the narrative.
Yeah,
I agree with you. Okay.
since we expect to be able to satisfy the defining based on the narrative, but since we have not yet on the record, I'd just advise that we don't close yet.
Okay, all right. Okay, so
Thanks for trying.
All right, so we will schedule this as our schedule provides. It would be either July or August, okay?
Understood.
You have any preference?
We'll take the earlier one since we know we have to go to another hearing and then there'll be as early as we can take because we know the grant or decision or whatever it is will be on a different date, so.
Okay, all right, so we'll try. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 35, thank you. Item number 35, 2022 38 BZ 4902 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, I think this is Mr. Lobel's office.
Oh, it's Frederick Otera. Good morning, Ms. Landsman. Afternoon, Ms. Landsman. Is Mr. Otera part of your team?
He is, yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, I believe Usher Runner and Ben Geller.
Could you say that again?
There's Usher Brunner should be on the line.
Yes.
And also Ben Geller. I believe he joined as well.
Got it.
You got him? Okay.
Okay, so Usher, Ben, and that's it.
And Fred, yes, Frederick Otera.
Frederick Otero, okay.
Okay, everyone, please unmute and visual. Unmute Mr. Otera, please. Mr. Brunner, thank you.
Really want to sit down and.
Brunner?
Backwards.
There is background, please mute.
Mr. Brunner, please come into the camera frame so you can make your oath.
Someone is having a background conversation, please.
Mr. Otero, I believe there are people in the background talking. If you could ask them to please be quiet and Usher Brunner, please come into the frame if you'd like to participate in this hearing.
Yes, Mr. Geller also, please.
Mr. Geller, please turn on.
I'm here. You see me? Hold on.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Brenner? Is
Ms.
Mr.
He's
Landon.
out of town. He's out of town, so he might have a bad connection.
Is he giving testimony?
I don't think anyone's speaking besides
Ms.
Amanda.
Landesman, I'm gonna remove him from the participants for this hearing. If you need Usher Brunner to participate, they could be sworn in.
Understood, that's fine.
Mr. Otero, could you please unmute? Thank you. I need to swear you in. I appreciate that. Thank you. Everyone raise their right hand.
Coordinated. I mean, that's what we do. We gotta be smart.
Geller, could you unmute?
Mr. Otero, there's background noise. If you're gonna participate, we need it to be quiet in the background.
Yep.
Mr. Geller, unmute, please.
Unmute.
Yeah.
I'm muted.
Okay, do you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Testimony before this board and to respond
Yes.
I do.
to questions. Please wait till I finish reading. Thank you.
Okay,
So I'm so sorry. Since the record's picking up all of this background noise for our transcript, I'm going to have to mute all participants until they're speaking.
Okay, you're mute. Go ahead, Ms. Landesman.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your comments at the executive session. It's our understanding that you were satisfied with the application, and it's wonderful for us to hear that. If that's the only thing that's outstanding at this time is the seeker, and so we're hoping to be able to close today, conditional on getting DOT sign off.
yes, what is the status on Secra? Could,
Jella?
Hi. We do have DOT open and we needed some more information for hazmat. But we have had some meetings with DOT and the applicant's consultant team. So that's moving forward.
okay, all right. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? All right, let's go to the public.
Sure, in 1 sec. Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2022 38 BZ 4902 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 884-6135-0760 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to be heard. If you are already in the Zoom room and wish to discuss, please raise the Zoom hand, which is on the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I guess you don't have anything
There's no
to
submission. right?
do unless there are some changes that comes up as a result of the reviews from DOT and DEP. Notes and others would need to be added.
Yeah.
Accordingly. I'm going to make, since the findings have been met, I'm going to make a recommendation that we close, but the record be kept open. And any changes that are called upon based on the environmental review that requires revising the statement of facts, proposal, a proposed project are all corrected. Appropriate notes and documentations are all updated. And only after that, the board will be able to vote on this application.
Okay, understood.
And so we cannot schedule the next hearing. It's all dependent on when the SECRA.
Right. We ask that once DOT signs off, that we get put on the calendar as early as possible. That's our only request.
Provided you make all the corrections also.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Therefore, I make a motion to close.
Okay. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for your participation. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Item number 36, 2022-63BZ, 2225 East 14th Street, Brooklyn. Oh, sorry, Lyra.
This would be Ms. Altman.
Okay, good.
Hello.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to the board member questions?
Of course. Good
Please state
afternoon.
Response.
Lyra Altman from the Law Office of Lyra Altman. We did attend your executive session earlier and heard your comments, and I believe your board was satisfied.
Okay. I'm looking at, did we have any comments on it? I think we were all satisfied. Okay.
Not this, the new.
Not this one. That's a new case. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2022-63BZ, 2225 East 14th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. Once you'll receive a prompt that tell you to enter the webinar ID number 884-6135-0760 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. I'm going to make a recommendation that we close.
Yes, ma'am.
And there is no submission that is required.
No submission. Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Altman, I think some of your submissions are becoming our standard samples. So want to thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Make a motion to close.
Sorry. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 37, 2022-64 BZ, 2021 East Fifth Street, Brooklyn.
That's me again.
Okay.
Anyone with you, Ms. Lensman?
No, just myself.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. So we had attended the executive session and the only outstanding comment is to submit revised plans. I will ask our project manager to send over a sample and we will submit those before the next hearing. If that's all we're hoping to close today.
Yeah. Just note for your architect, these drawings are, need to be legible for anybody to understand which part of the building is being retained and which part of the building is not going to be retained. So the line weight is somewhat difficult and makes it difficult to determine that distinction. So I think the sample that would be provided, hopefully this is something you can use in future with all your other projects similar to this kind.
Sure, absolutely. I'll relay that to the architect on this matter. I'll send over the sample.
Great, thank you. Otherwise, we were satisfied with this project, with the revision. So I want to thank you for making the revisions. So let's go to the public.
Oh, sorry.
And I think the project manager is Jeline. Yeah, Jeline can send a sample.
We have samples.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
So the case we're discussing is 2022-64 BZ, 2021 East Fifth Street, Brooklyn. You dial 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number, enter webinar ID number 884-6135-0760 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. How long will it take for you to make these revisions? Ms.
We can do this as soon as possible, within the week.
Within a week. Okay, we don't have anything scheduled in June, so at most it earliest we can do is probably the second half of July.
Take it.
Our project manager will get back to you and confirm.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'm going to make a recommendation that we close and the revised plan be submitted.
At the school. Ooh, right. Sometimes it scares me.
Okay. Make
I
a
don't see any
motion-
hands up.
Make a motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Closed. Thank you very much, Ms. Landsman.
Thank you.
I guess we'll be seeing you shortly.
Item number 38, 2022-76 BZ, 175-33 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
I guess this is Mr. Kanzada and Dibakar Gupta.
I don't see the box, but they're usually together, together.
I think last time it was just Dibakar Gupta who was here.
Yeah.
Might we have a little air again?
You know,
You've been for 5 minutes. Thanks.
Oh, even with your boo-boo foot.
Who's getting that?
Hi, raise your right hands, gentlemen. Good to see you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, did you receive the email I sent earlier today from the
Yes.
Automobile Association? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
read it and this just the information, everything, nothing really special to my knowledge. But they want to know that we should have a reminder that our BSc expiring. I don't know, it's not necessary for this job. And they want to have the open communication between, we are open to that. That should not be a problem.
Yes, so thank you for sending us that letter. We agree with most of the comments with that letter, from that letter. We are gonna repair the sidewalk along 59th Avenue. So we can, it will have to pull DOT permits to do that, but we should be able to repair that sidewalk in 3 or 4 weeks. And we'll clean up the trash on this along that fence. It's actually gonna be easier to keep it clean once the after all the construction is, or after the BSA is approved, because we'll take out the shed and we'll put plants there. And then, yeah, we can stripe the parking so that way it's clear where the parking spaces are. And yeah, we are open to, yeah, we will also believe in maintaining good communication between the school and the gas station. And then regarding the signage, so there was a typo on page 8 with the less than signs. So we'll fix that for the Utopia Parkway. So we'll fix that on the plans. And then the signage chart on page 2, that is actually showing the signage that was previously approved. And we broke it down by frontage, and that's when we noticed that the amount of illuminated signage on Utopia Parkway that was previously approved was actually greater than what was permitted. But this is what was previously approved. It's actually doesn't reflect the existing signage. So to make it more clear, we could just take that chart out of the plans.
Right, and as you're proposing, your proposed signage would be 149.51 square foot along Utopia Parkway, which is less than permitted 150 square foot.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, so let's wait till I pull the case. Set the clock. Thank you, Jella. So the case we're currently discussing is 2022-76 BZ 175-33 Horace Harding Expressway. Please dial in 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You'll be prompted to enter the webinar ID number as 884-6135-0760 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone to be able to speak. If you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this matter, please raise your Zoom hand. That's the little hand in the bottom of the screen. Once anyone who calls in is permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Will should we be expecting Mr. Euler?
No, he said he wasn't gonna make it.
He won't be able to attend?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So how long will it take for you to make any changes?
So to repair the sidewalk, I think it will take us 3 or 4 weeks to get everything fixed. And the plans and we can get changed within that period, yeah.
Okay.
Because the sidewalk and building are two separate issues. The sidewalk is permitting weather now summer. So we should have it done in 3-4 weeks, the sidewalk, which is safety also. And the rest of the work after PSA approval, which could be another 2-3 months.
What I would suggest in your, I'm going to make a recommendation that we close, if that's okay with all the commissioners. What I would suggest is in your next submission, just provide a cover letter stating what you stated today about the fixes that you're going to do with regards to 59th Street, cleaning up the fence and that you'll be in communication with the local school and provide the time frame that you were talking to, how long it will take to fix the sidewalk and DOT approvals. So just state that in the letter along with the submission.
We'll do that. No problem.
Okay, make a motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 39, 2022-84BZ, 13309 37th Avenue, Queens. It's John Bean, right?
This would be.
John,
Is it John Reed?
yeah. Clyde Pittman. And Kevin, where's Clyde? Clyde. You got him, and you got John, right?
Okay.
Is he?
Is Jose Ramirez part of your team, Mr. Bean?
Pardon me? Sure.
Jose Ramirez, is he part of your team?
I don't know that name. It's John Ignatius Bean for the applicant. And I should be joined by architects from Hill West, so Reality, Curry, and Murad Brain, and our consultants that work on the FAA projects, Bella Harris and Clyde Pittman. I don't believe anyone else is joining.
Is Kevin Williams part of your team also?
Oh, and Kevin Williams. Oh, okay, he made it. He's from the environmental consultant. But
Yeah, did you say Benjamin Clyburn?
Benjamin Clyburn as well.
Yeah.
It's a cast of thousands here today.
Okay, so if everyone could unmute, please.
Benjamin Clyburn, allow him to be a
And
panelist?
video. I did,
Oh, you did?
we
Okay.
did.
And what is Reality Curry?
Reality
He's from
Curry.
Hill West.
Yeah, it's on your team, right?
Okay.
Yes.
If you could please accept being joined as a panelist, Reality Curry.
Thank you. Everyone, picture, visual, please. Visual. Mr. Clybourne, Mr. Curry. Thank you, Mr. Curry, and Mr. Clybourne. Clyburn, sorry. Okay.
I see Mr. Curry, Mr. Williams, Mr. Pittman, and Mr. Bean. Anyone else? I
Mr.
think.
Clybourne is not visual.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just adjusting the camera. Just give me 1 second, please.
Mr. Curry, could you unmute, please, when I can swear you in too? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I wonder,
Can
Mr.
we
Clyburn,
proceed
if
without
he'll-
Mr. Clybourne and I can swear him in later? I mean.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be actually testifying.
Okay.
He's part of ownership. I don't know that you had any questions for him, but if they do come up, perhaps we can make him a panelist if necessary.
Thank you so much. Sure. Okay, so everyone raise their right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do. There's somebody in the waiting room, Morad Barone. If you are seeking to testify for the public comment portion of this, we will call on you at the end of the applicant's presentation.
He's with Hill West, but I think Reality can take it. We'll spend more time getting sworn in than we will actually talking about this application. Apologies for that, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So shall I begin?
Please do.
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, John Ignatius Bean for the applicant. As you know, this is a special permit pursuant to 7366 to allow height in excess of Article 6, Chapter 1. This entire team, as I laid them out before, was at the executive session. We're prepared to respond to some of the questions and comments regarding the drawings and the measurements of height and so forth. I think it's probably best to kick it over to Clyde Pittman and Bella Harris, who have done a number of these before the board, and I think can explain some of the discrepancies you identified. And then, as I mentioned, Reality from Hill West is also here. He's the one that prepared the drawing. So I'm pretty confident we can explain everything, but if we can't, then we'll have to submit in writing.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think we just mostly need that clarification with regards to that NAVD and how the plane is being drawn. Okay, so Mr. Pittman, good to see you.
Thank you very much. I will say that I'm a little slow in this. I'm recovering from back surgery. About 2 months ago, I had significant surgery on my back. This is my first day back at the office.
Well, welcome back and hope you have a very speedy recovery.
Thank you. Well, the original points that were submitted to the FAA were about 225 to 236 feet. And in the time we submitted it to the time the study came out, the FAA had changed the way they calculated the LPV approach procedure. And we did some certification on that, recertification of the software, agreed with the FAA findings, changed the heights, and it should all now be in accordance with the FAA numbers.
Okay, so this is an older plan, is that what I'm to understand then?
Yes, it should be updated to reflect the other heights.
Okay.
The FAA approved heights.
All right.
So the updated plan should have the same information as the FAA determination for?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Updated plan will have the same information as the FAA determination forms.
It should.
My question is, why is the FAA point 1 and 2? This is really more from my academic understanding. Why FAA point 1 and 2 are not within the property line? It's a point that is outside the subject site. Is that again one of the new requirements? I'm just looking at the plans.
So we can't really speak to that. It's possible it was just a typo, or it's possible those are the only points the surveyor was able to obtain. I'm not really certain of that.
Okay.
But these are the points that were submitted. I'm talking about one and two.
Yes.
We submitted 2 points outside the limits of the subject site.
So I don't know if they're actually outside of that or just shown there. I do not know. I did not do that drawing, so.
So I think this is for the architect. This would be for the architect or whoever submitted the drawings to the FAA to confirm whether these were the points that were submitted to FAA. That's all.
Bella, I wonder if you could just explain though that even if the points are outside of the boundaries of the tax lot, the study encompasses an area that will allow for this building.
Yes, so to the best of our knowledge, points 1, 2, 3, and 5, those are the property boundary, and the building is fully encompassed within the property boundary that the FAA has analyzed and approved.
Okay, so if it is the property boundary, then point A and point 1 and 2 are not within the property boundary. That's at least diagrammatically, that's what we are saying.
No, they are saying that the 4 points, these points are the corners of the property. That's what they are saying. And that means that part of the street is part of the property. Which
No, it is not.
Yes. Yeah, I understand, but
Ms. Prenga has her, would like to let us speak.
If I might speak.
Jella.
You, Ms. Jelaprenga.
Oh, I just wanted to point out that there is a date of May 15th on the bottom of the plans. So that's pretty recent. I'm not sure if these points had been updated, like Mr. Pittman was stating, since they don't match the determination.
I think the ask that we are asking is very, very, very simple. And I really don't want to take too much time. If you look at the graphics here, the questions are very simple. One is I don't know what gets submitted to FAA. We only see at the end a determination letter. If the 4 points that are shown here are exactly the 4 points location as stated in the FAA letter, then we have no questions. I just want to make sure that they are, because we have never seen points related to a subject building be located outside the property, physical property, that is physical zoning lot or anything, and it lies out on a street or even on the abutting property. So that's why I'm asking this question. So whoever is doing the drafting and who went ahead and did all the submission, just please make sure that the FAA points, all the FAA points that are shown in this plan is consistent with the FAA plans that were approved by FAA. That's all.
May I add something as a favor to them? Because I'm afraid that something has been done incorrectly, but hopefully not. The architect, please take a look at the topographic survey of the site and make sure that points 1 and 2, especially 1 and 2.
Bella has gone right now to plot the
Sorry,
points.
please let the commissioner finish his statement. Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm mentioning this for you guys, not for us. We could just take a confirmation from you that points 1 through 5 are where they are shown, and that's it. But for you to make sure that nothing's screwed up, make sure that points 1 and 2, because they are outside the property, and that's weird for you. If you have a topographic survey, make sure that the elevations, the SEs, the site elevations submitted to the FAA are exactly the same as shown on the topographic survey. Because if it's not, that's a big deal for the height of the building.
And just to echo the commissioner's statement, it's almost a bigger deal for the record as, future applicants come in to look at historical case files. We have 2 points here that are not part of the property. I'd ask the board to instruct that this be redone to move points 1 and 2 within the zoning lot and have the analysis.
No. I wouldn't do that, because that would redo the entire FAA.
That's what I'm saying. If
Cost.
that's what I'm saying. If AAA approved this plan location as it, then there's nothing we can do. That's what it is, right? And FAA may have a reason for why they reviewed it that way. But
So actually, I just went and plotted points 1 and 2, and this is just a drawing error. These points should be at the corners of the building over here. They should be on the south side of 36 Road as we're looking at it.
Wonderful.
So to the extent that that can be revised and consistent with the zoning lot, that would be agreed.
Can you educate us how did you get to that conclusion? Do you have a topographic survey that you looked at?
We have Google
Google
Earth on this machine. Could we plot them on this machine?
This is, they're going to submit the revised plan.
Yeah.
And they are basing it on Mr. Pittman, who is the FAA,
Understood.
has the expertise. So
Okay. And then the second part of it is how did they get to the 227 6 inches or 9 inches from the 4 points that were submitted?
Right, this is about the whole equal, if.
It would be within the slope of the property of those points. If you were to take those points and connect them, the building heights are within that range.
I think they understand that. I think the issue is the conversion or no conversion between AMSL and ABD 88. That's what the commissioners were hoping for some clarity on.
Yeah, as I understand it, this was I remember this was an explanation that was provided by Mr. Colgate of another project site in this area, where we came to the understanding that AMSL is equal to NAVD 88 in this area. And and as part of the conversion, the legend here, it says it's equal to 0.0 NAVD 88. So that's one of the reasons why I'm questioning the elevation numbers that are listed with these FAA points, which are not matching the FAA elevation of AMSL. If AMSL 230 foot is what is what was approved for 0.3, then the FAA 0.3 on the building should be 230, not 233.
So I think why it says 233 is because originally that was the maximum allowable height as per the previous procedure calculation. So we just wanted to show that the building was well below that maximum height. But since then, yes, it has changed to 230. So it should probably say 230.
Yes, please. It needs to be consistent. Here, we are not trying to make it difficult. We just want whatever is submitted here is consistent with what FAA approved, and that's it. We are kind of like, we are the fact-checking people. We are not the expert here. We are relying on the expertise of your team and FAA. FAA says X, we just look for X. That's it.
But I want to be clear that the FAA should not have been asked to review points 1 and 2 that are outside of the zoning law. So if that's what was submitted to the FAA, I think it must be redone with the points located within the zoning law.
Yeah.
I think that, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but the woman with Mr. Pittman said that it was an error, right? It was an error on the plan, that it should be located within the property. Is that right?
Yes.
Points again.
I would only say one thing is that just for the record, if whoever is the expertise, has the expertise on this, can just provide the document or reaffirm what was submitted to FAA where all where all the points located within the property.
Right.
And if you have a drawing or a plan that shows that confirms it, that's great. I saw someone's hand up. I think this was from.
Yeah, my name is Murad Berwan. I was trying to get on the other side, but I couldn't. I'm with Reality, we're the architects.
Okay.
And I have some clarification about these points.
I'm sorry, you haven't been sworn in.
Let me swear you in
Just
first.
swear you in.
Okay? Raise your right hand.
Right hand.
Yeah, thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now you can speak. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, guys. So the clarification is that these points were taken by the surveyor. This is what we needed for the points for Bella to start her analysis to provide to FAA. So part of the surveyors, those points were taken outside of the property, on the outside, on the street, on the other side of the street, because there was an existing building on that location and he couldn't be taking the points in there. So he went beyond to be able to take more area rather than being at the corners. So it was just an extra space to be able to take the points. And that's what these points are same as what we have approved from FAA. We could provide the documents.
We disagree with that statement.
Okay.
We believe that these points fall within the property boundaries as they
Okay.
plot out correctly.
I'm sorry.
All right, so our team is going to have to, we will absolutely
This is
get together on this point. We'll
This is a
either.
forum for,
establish-
all right, this team needs to get on the same page.
Yeah.
And we need to have some certainty that the documents presented to the FAA and the FAA is okay with this project and the height. And that's pretty
Documents
much
presented
where
to the
the board
board.
is, and there's nothing that can be discussed at this moment that's gonna change that until we get something a little bit more concrete.
Thank
So I think, have we opened this up to the public?
The points must reflect the points relative to the zoning lot at issue. We are hearing that it's a calculation error and they do. We're also hearing that it's an assumption based on the height of the next nearest building. This needs to be consistent, accurate, and consistent with board practice.
And again, it doesn't give us a great deal of confidence that there's a debate on this at the moment between the team.
And I
So,
believe
again-
Commissioner Shada had a comment.
Yeah, I believe the surveyor wasn't able to take 2 points immediately adjacent to the building, so he went to the other side of the street. That's what he's saying. Engineering wise, and I want to make this crystal clear, engineering perspective, there is no issue with that. You could have 2 points outside the zoning lot. There is nothing wrong with this. The most important thing is to make sure that the locations presented on the plans are the locations taken from the topographic survey. This is point 1. Point 2 is to make sure without doubt that the elevations shown in the FAA determinations are identical to the elevations of the points shown on the plan. If this is the case, we can move forward. When this becomes the case, we can move forward. Before that, we cannot.
And if I could just add to that, my understanding, and clearly we have a little bit more work to do here, but my understanding was that even if the points were taken outside of the zoning lot, they can be used for the zoning lot because they create, and Bella, please confirm, they create an envelope that within which this building can exist. The FAA doesn't look at zoning lots. They don't care about zoning lots. They care about heights and elevations. And so, and I understand there are other cases that the board has approved where the plots were not pointed, or the points were not plotted within the zoning lot. So
And we accept
clarity on
that.
that point, excuse me?
The board does accept that, but you need to pick one lane, whether
Yeah, I
they
hear you. We'll
points
get in that
outside of
lane.
the zoning
We'll
lot or
submit
points
very,
within, and it's a drafting error. So
Yeah.
let's drop that for now. We'll figure it out in your submission, and that's what you'll go forward with.
And
And
we
I
can-
would say, just to confirm that, provide the topography map or whatever map that you had given to FAA to,
Thank you.
so that we are consistent.
The topographic survey, show it to us so we can help you actually look at the 2 points that you're picking and make sure that the elevations are correct. And hopefully you're not gonna need to go back to FAA.
Yeah, we sincerely hope you
Yeah.
don't have to.
we appreciate that. And we also appreciate all the patience of this board with this process. And we can submit in very short order. I'm sure it's a matter of reconciling what the consultants are saying here.
And regarding the difference between FNAV, the 88 and the AMSL, I understand that there is no difference, they are the same, and I acknowledge that you already put a note on the drawings indicating so.
Right, and they said that it was based on an earlier prior measurement and that standard has changed, and therefore the drawing needs to reflect the latest one, and that's okay, so that needs to be changed, okay. Oh, whose hand do we have?
The person is under Mr. Curry's thing.
Murad
Hand
Birwan,
is still up. If you'd like to say something, your hand is still up.
Please state your name again for the record.
Murad Birwan. No further. We're just gonna regroup as a team and thank you for your.
Okay, thank you.
Just one point, sorry, Commissioner Yoon, just one point that we haven't addressed is just how you show the plane that limits the height across the site and whether, because you seem to have selected, as Commissioner Shadow was saying in his comments earlier, perhaps it's an interpolation point based on your building, your proposed building's highest point. And I was saying sometimes we see the plane, at least in 2D, as a sloping line across to show the limiting height across the site rather than just a flat plane at its interpolation point. You follow what I mean? Here you guys are showing a flat line as if the limiting height based on the FAA regulations was a flat plane, but we all know it's a conical or, you know, something that resembles a cone and it slopes across your site. So he was asking for explanation or confirmation that this is in fact an interpolated point across that plane. And I was saying, or we could see the plane itself across the site where you cut the section and understand between points 1, 2, 3, and 5, how it actually looks in each particular view.
We recently did one project where that was indicated, and we
Yes.
can share that sample with you to help clarify what Commissioner Young was referring to.
And because your site is not parallel to the plane that's FAA work on, I can give you a suggestion for the plane itself. You're gonna need to show 2 planes, one at each edge. And you can show them on instead of that dash red line, you can show 2 lines inclined like that, sorry, like something like that, and something like that, and then call this the north, and this is the south, or this is the east, and this is the west, so we can understand which one is where. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Mr.
So
B?
I'm feeling a little bold, and I know that it seems like we have a major threshold issue, but I think what we actually just have is a clarification. And given that that is the only open issue, and that if we somehow need to go back to FAA, then we have bigger problems anyway. I wonder if we could close the hearing and leave the record open for confirmation that everything that we're trying to assert here is actually fine and consistent.
I think the feedback I'm getting,
Let me respond to that. I'm not sure why you're asking us to, we're not even sure about the locations for the points.
Yeah.
You submitted to FAA and the elevations.
That's a threat.
right, so I think that is the threshold, and this is what I'm gathering from all the commissioners here. This is a threshold issue, so we really need to have that corrected before we can close on it. I'm really sorry about that.
I understand.
Very, very simple ask from our end, but it is something that is critical, and that is all we are reviewing.
Understood. And we can do that, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. And so let's go to the public, and I'm going to come back to you, and you can let me know how long it's going to take for you to.
And I just want to note for the record, with respect to building point one, the determination of no hazard does include latitude and longitude designations, which upon information and belief do locate that point within the zoning lot. So if the applicant would like to connect the dots there and show that the points do reflect sites within the zoning lot, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think the FAA gives the yeah. It
Yes,
gives
they
the
are.
right. Exactly. And that's what I think Mr. Pittman's team was using to, right? And Mr. Vine kind of did that already on his own on Google. So he has made this exercise very easy for you. So all you have to do is just kind of make that proof and make that correction, please. Thanks.
Thank
Okay.
you, everyone.
It's good
Thank you.
news.
That is a huge relief.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
only point one.
Okay.
You're
The case,
dangerous.
the case, can we
Please move?
we're going to the
Yeah.
public now, okay, fine. The case we are currently discussing is 2022-84 BZ, 13309 37th Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 884-6135-0760 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand on the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Mr. Bean, how long will it take for you to make these corrections? I think these shouldn't take that long.
I mean, what's the soonest we can submit realistically?
The earliest hearing we can have is in July, and I have to look at the submission. For this particular case, I'm willing to see if we can give you an earlier date depending on our schedule. Let me just look at our schedule.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Just give me a little bit of time. I'm trying to.
22nd is the first for the July one, right?
Oh, is it?
I think the second one is June 22nd.
So we have 2 hearing dates in July. And why is it? I'm sorry, it's taking too long for me to open this file. My apologies.
July 10th.
Okay, so one hearing is on July 10th and the submission date is July 22nd for that.
June 22nd?
Oh, sorry, June 22nd. I'm sorry, June 22nd for that.
That's not a problem. We can make that.
Can you make that? Okay. All right. I am making an exception for you on this one because very minor one and I really don't want to hold this up if I don't have to.
the whole team is appreciative, and we apologize for the what ultimately I think is a pretty minor error.
Okay. We're good?
All right. Okay,
Now we can move on.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Item number 40, 2022-86 BZ, 1762 East 9th Street, Brooklyn. Ms. Altman? There was in there before. What happened? Here we go, Lyra.
Hello.
Your pictures, your visual.
Why is my picture not there?
Yes, it's not there, my dear.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. It's not giving me an option for picture right now. Let's see.
Join us, panel.
Let's see if you send it to me. Let's see. I did. It's not giving me the option. It's having audio and it's not having a video for some reason, and I don't know why. Normally the option is there to unmute and turn on or off video next to each other, and it's not there. Let's try again. And there we go. Perfect. Thanks, Tony.
Okay.
If you could solve all my technology problems that easily.
Raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Yeah, please state your name for the record. You heard the board's comments. Please respond.
I think we have an architect on here. I apologize. Sal Vincenti should be signed on as well.
I don't see Sal.
You don't see Sal?
No.
Okay, well, we'll go without him for the moment.
Yeah, I think right now there are some threshold questions that need to be responded.
He said he can't get on. He just texted me.
Okay, so maybe you can start with the
Threshold question. First of all, with regarding to proof, we sent proof of the initial filing on March 29th of 23 to submit, and that's why we got calendared. As far as proof of notification, I have an email to your board that I forwarded to Tony just a little while ago, just so she would see it. It was on 6/2/23. I submitted to your board at 4:27 p.m. And that was after speaking to Jolene and confirming that she had the information already.
Is that the format that we accept? I'm just.
That's the information that we received where it was a postage slip, which was stamped.
With the stamp.
With all
And my signed form with notarized saying that I had mailed it, of course. And all of the forms, as well as a copy of the affected owners list.
All right. Okay, the next one is with regards to side yards.
With regard to side yards, actually, if you look at the existing building, what you will see is that there is one smaller side yard. But if you look at that side yard, the front portion is at 410 3/4, which is what we're looking to extend. We're just eliminating the piece that bumps out in the rear. When we fill out the zoning analysis form, we fill out for the smallest point. We don't fill out for every point on the building.
Okay.
A good place to look, I think it's page P15 would show that to you.
P15.
That is correct. If you look at P15, and I'm going to go on there with you. Tell me when you're there.
It's taking a little longer than I wish to.
No
Yes.
problem. I'm not going anywhere.
Yes.
If you look at P15, see the front portion of the building is at that 410 3/4, and then there's a piece on the bottom piece of that building that bumps out into the side yard.
Yes.
That's the smaller portion of the side yard. We're doing a straight line extension of the majority of the building. We're just eliminating that piece that bumps out closer to the lot line.
Okay.
I will say that it is explained that way in the statement of facts, and that is what I understood was happening. So I
Thank
did not take it to be the creation of a new non-compliance, but rather the extension of the existing one to answer General Counsel's question from earlier today.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
drawings from P16 is also, it clearly shows where the wall is being removed.
Correct.
Okay.
With respect to the Belcher Hyde map, of course, we'd be glad to get that for you. I can have that for you tomorrow.
Yep.
Not a problem. And the last question was regarding the rear yard. I was hoping to have Mr. Vincenti on to address this, but I can tell you anyway. The reason he's set back on the first floor was because we like to maintain a space between the house and the garage. So we set back on the first floor so that that space would be maintained to satisfy DOB. Ideally, we would have kept it at 20 feet, but then we wouldn't have been able to have the garage we wanted. So something had to give. In addition, if you were to look at the site, you would see that the building adjacent to us, number 1766, is actually in the sub-district. And because it's in the OP sub, it would allow a rear yard of 20 feet for that building on all floors. So as a result, we felt that this was fitting for the character of this neighborhood in this particular location.
Okay. I'm just trying to pull out the rear yard study.
Please. I'll look at it with you.
Okay. Okay.
If you look, the rear yard study shows a
Right.
lot of small yards on this block.
Yes, I agree. There is not much of a consistent rear yard. Most of them are less than 30 feet. I agree with that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So because of that, you're doing this overhang on the second floor and then the third floor sets back
Correct.
by 29 feet. Okay. I'm okay with that setback. Any questions? Commissioner Yoon, you had a question.
On this case?
No, you did not. Oh, sorry. Actually, by mistake, I put it under your comment note. No, that was from Mr. Vine, which has been responded. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public. So I think Mr. Vine is here, so I'm just kind of explaining what. So what's happening is
With the side yard.
the side yard. This is the narrow portion. This is being extended out. So this is being. So this portion is it's being eliminated. It's just extending out this portion. So where was your question?
My question was that it was creating a new non-compliance, even though it was reducing the degree. It's not an existing.
No, but the existing, so there are two side yards. If you look at it, that there are two side yard depths. There's one which is a narrow side yard here and the wider side yard. The applicant is proposing to maintain the wider side yard and extending it out, which we have seen in most cases. It's actually improving the side yard
No, I
requirement. So,
understand that.
yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
Is that did I understand your question
Yes.
properly? Okay. So you're satisfied with it?
I just want to follow.
Okay. All right, let's go to the public.
Go to public now? Okay.
Yes.
Joe? Thank you. The case we're currently discussing is 2022-86 BZ, 1762 East 9th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, our toll-free number. You will enter webinar ID number 884-6135-0760. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. She's going to send the Belcher.
Okay.
She'll
So-
send the Belcher. Yeah.
So we will see what was pre-existing. And we'll take it from there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
It's a lesser degree of non-compliance.
No, I understand. If we will see what was existing.
Okay. So it seems the only thing that you need to submit is the Belcher Hyde.
Yes, if possible, if I may, I'd like to request a July 10th or 11th hearing date.
Look at that.
If possible.
Okay, we will get back to you on it. We will give you a July schedule, but I cannot promise July 10th. I think I gave out the last lot.
If it is not July 10th, I have to ask for August 7th, 8th. I apologize. As your board, I mentioned in a previous hearing, I am not available for the July 24th, 25th hearing, unfortunately.
Okay, that's fine. We will do that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because we can't get into compliance, that is a threshold.
Right, we're not creating a new one.
But that's the concern. Yeah,
Oh, we can't.
because we might be creating.
We need to determine whether the side yard is an existing non-compliant condition.
Well,
We don't have any proof as to the side yard or the front yard being an existing non-compliant condition. Therefore, what?
The front yard is, what is the depth of the front yard? I'm sorry.
14.
I'm going to provide a Belcher Hyde map that'll show you that the shape of this building hasn't changed. Not a problem.
Sorry, the question was whether we can close, given that we don't have substantial proof in our record as to the existing non-compliant conditions as to the front yard, the side yard. The board cannot close, knowing that what we are,
It's an open threshold.
yeah,
issue.
what you are proposing does comply being an existing non-compliance.
That's why I didn't even request a
It
close.
hasn't been demonstrated.
No, I think for me, the front yard, I understand side yard. I'm not so sure, but yeah, we'll keep the record open. But
Understood. As I said, I didn't even request it. I knew this was an outstanding issue from the executive session, and we respect your board's comments, so we're glad to respond.
okay. all
And
right.
I'll just say for anyone listening, anytime in a 73-620, any time you have an application before BSA and something is alleged as a pre-existing non-complying condition, it must be shown on a pre-61 map, commonly a Sanborn map or a Belcher Hyde desk atlas, showing the property in its situation prior to 1961 or any relevant zoning text, showing the property in its configuration. So here, that would show the property on its tax lot with a substandard front yard and substandard side yards.
Yep, okay,
Okay. Move on.
fair point. All right. Yep, next case.
Item number 41, 2022-91BZ, 1492 East 24th Street, Brooklyn. Ms. Altman, raise your hand. Do not. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do, of course.
State your name for the record and proceed. You're the board's comments.
Hello again, still dear all, Law Office of Mayor J. Altman. I did attend your executive session earlier today and I heard your comments. First of all, with respect to the statement of facts and findings, there was a comment that we said it was 30 feet on the attic and the plan says 36'1". I actually noted in my statement, not 30 feet, but I said that I noted that it was at least 30 feet. And the reason I noted it that way is that the law requires 30 feet.
Oh, okay.
It was not a typographical error. I was just trying to make the point that it was more than is required by the law. With respect to view 12, the sidewall having a significant structural crack. Commissioner Shetta, thank you for pointing that out. I've already mentioned it to my clients so that they are aware. And I think the last comment is on the Sanborn. Once again, I'd be happy to provide to your board on this. Sorry, something came in and interrupted. I'll be happy to give you the Sanborn on this. I'll also be happy to add an asterisk on the zoning analysis chart for the front yard, not a problem. And lastly, on the height, what I'll be doing is I'm going to speak with the client and the architect to see how low we can go with this. I would ask if it was possible that we could aim to meet the height of the adjacent building to the left, which is 35.75 feet. Would that be acceptable to your board?
Why can't it be just?
We're trying to accommodate fitting the air handlers above the attic level. So I spoke with the client and he said he's not 100% sure we could fit it. So we're just trying to see if we can match the adjacent neighbor.
Okay.
Existing condition.
Okay. And this is to accommodate the mechanical.
Correct. He's trying to accommodate the mechanicals above the attic level.
Okay.
And I believe those were all of the board's questions.
Just before I say complete yes, I just want to look at this.
Please.
Where is this section? So the mechanical is not going to be above the attic. Mechanical is going to be on the attic, right?
From what the client said to me, and as I said, I was unable to reach the architect, which is why I can't give you a definite answer. The client said he was trying to put it above the attic level, but I'd like to confirm that with the architect as well.
Oh, I see something that says furnace 5 ton. That's what you're referring to?
Again, I'm only sharing the information that's provided by the client. Unfortunately, the architect was unreachable since the executive session this morning. So I don't want to tell you for sure until I've spoken to him, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that what I'm telling you is the truth.
This is not in a flood zone, is it?
No.
Does it meet the fire code requirements by having? I think we have seen HVACs up on the roof.
I say that would be something I'd have to ask the architect. I wouldn't hazard a guess at that.
I don't know. I don't know if furnace the same as 5 ton is quite a bit on a roof.
I'm surprised I didn't hear from Nasser.
I was looking at something, I apologize.
Okay, I made a note to speak with the architect and ask that question.
What is the question?
A 5-ton furnace above the attic.
I'm not sure.
Not low. That's a
5
lot of load.
5 ton of an attic?
Yeah.
5 ton per what?
I think it's its capacity, not its.
Yeah, but heating and HVAC tons are not the same as pounds tons. We're not talking about 10,000 pounds of weight.
Output.
We're talking about HVAC tons.
Ah, okay, got it. Thank you.
I just don't want to confuse I mean, it's confusing that they are called the same thing, but I'm pretty sure we're not talking about 2,000 pounds equals a ton. We're talking about tons in heating, ventilation, air conditioning, mechanical tons.
Thank you, Ian. New information for me as well.
A ton is a ton. I'm sorry. This is Commissioner Kira. A ton is a ton. Metric tons and American tons are almost the same. 5 ton concentrated means it's one load, or probably if it's a furnace, they call it concentrated load. It's like a point load. It might be okay if the structural element underneath it is designed properly to withstand that. But if it's a 5 ton per rate, like 5 ton per square foot, that's no brainer. It cannot be taken by an attic.
Maybe you can get an affidavit saying so, but I'm pretty sure mechanical tons for cooling and heating is not referencing the actual weight of the machine or the unit. It's a metric of how much heat it can remove from the space or provide to the space, as opposed to the physical weight of the unit.
Well, whatever is going to be put there has to be compliant with all the codes and other regulatory controls. So I'm not going to waive any requirements of any sort. There we go. Thanks. This is, you just have to make sure your building can withstand all the load and all the requirements and the code requirements.
Of course. And going back to, I think what you were trying to look at when we got into this discussion, I believe you wanted to look at page A001, which shows the streetscape.
Well, I looked at the streetscape, but I was also looking at the section BB to see actually where the mechanical space is proposed. And it seems here it's going to be above the attic, and the attic above the attic height is 4 foot 9 inches. That's quite a generous bit of space above the attic. Generally, that's like a crawl space. I don't know why that that mechanical space can't be placed within the attic. Because you do have enough roof height in some of these odd ends of corners to accommodate that.
I will pass that comment along to the architect.
Yeah, and since we don't have the roof, the space above the attic on the plan, we just have the attic and then the roof plan. If you can just add a note on the section or wherever that there would be no occupancy above in that 4'9" zone.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that can be brought down. My bottom line is, as I'm looking at it, there is space within the attic where this can be put away. And
okay.
And that way you don't even need that 4'8".
As I said, I will gladly speak to the architect about that.
Okay, all right. All right. So please look into that. I think that's the only change that I look from you to provide, and the Sanborn map with regards to compliance. Let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2022-91BZ, 1492 East 24th Street, Brooklyn. Please dial in 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 884, excuse me, 6135-0760 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
So as I'm looking at the section, Ms. Altman, where the roof slopes in the front and in the back, you can easily put that furnace of 5 ton in those areas.
I will pass along your comment with pleasure.
Okay, dokie. How long will it take for you to make this change and provide the information regarding the historic compliance?
Once again, the Sanborn maps are relatively easy to get. As far as this information, I would say we should be able to submit this in 2 weeks.
Okay, I'm going to schedule this for August. There's no way we can have this in July. So this is definitely going to be in August.
Understood.
All right, and we cannot close on it because there's an outstanding element. Okay.
Understood.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Item number 42, 2022-93BZ and 2022-94A, 141-10, 32nd Avenue, Queens. This is Barbara Cohen, Alexis Landensman.
Yeah, we have a big list here.
Mandianati. And Sam Zerkiev. Apologize, Mr. Lobel. And who else? Is that it, Mr. Lobel, your team?
Michael Muroff.
Is Michael Muroff one of yours?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Frank, Ricky Franco, one of yours also?
Yes.
Wow, okay. And, okay. And who else? That's it. I think Alexia.
And Alexia, please join as a panelist.
I think she's on the other case. So.
Oh.
She's on the other case.
Yeah. Michael Muroff hasn't joined yet, right? No.
No. And Ricky Frankel also?
Yeah. I could leave her in. She'll on the bill too. Michael Muir.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can.
Okay. Michael just stepped out, but I'll be here in place for him for now.
Okay, okay. Is everybody ready? We have all parties? Yeah, please raise your right hand. Unmute, please, also. Mr. I was gonna say Mr. Velas, you're one of us. Sorry, Mike. Mr. Zerkiev, could you unmute, please? Zerkiev, sorry. I apologize for the pronunciation of your name. You unmute, please? Thank you.
All right, there we go. Got it.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Kevin, you're one of the group? Okay. Oh, that's Mr. Mora. Mr. Muir, can you unmute?
I am unmuted now.
Okay, everyone raise their right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
I do.
Please state your
Thank
name for the record, whoever's leading, and respond to the board's comments.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC. Here representing Sam Zerkiev with regard to the variance of 14110.
Wait, Mr. Lob,
There's someone in the background with noise. Can someone mute if they're not?
anybody who is not speaking, please mute.
I
Yeah,
think if anyone is in the same room, part of the development team or the applicant team, we can hear your computers echoing on someone else's mic. So everyone, please mute until it's your turn to speak. Thank you.
thank you, Chase.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. So we had the benefit of attending the executive session, so are familiar with the board's comments. By way of summary, we have what is beyond question one of the more unique lots that our office has ever presented to the board, and which the board agrees presents unique conditions satisfying the requirements of 7221A. To wit, we've got a lot with a lot area of roughly 13,000 square feet, which has 17 feet of frontage on a map street, and then extends, which would require the development to have a front roadway of roughly 150 feet. So, I think everyone's aware that these unique conditions lend themselves to waivers as we've begun to request here. We similarly were listening to Commissioner Otley Brown's comments, particularly with the fact that the assumptions were reasonable, which was, quote, probably a first, which we enjoyed hearing, and that there were no further questions with regards to the financials. So I think largely much of the consideration here was around the discussion of the C finding and E findings, particularly with regards to character, as this is a mid-block property. And so the board has requested certain information, axions, et cetera, which would reflect these mid-block conditions, including yards, as well as a discussion of the E finding, which was a little bit, I questioned a little bit because I know that we satisfied seemingly from a financial consideration that we were, that there was a financial hardship, and that would contribute to the minimum request and minimum variance necessary. But regardless of that, I think what I would do would be to introduce Michael Muroff and Ricky Franco, who would be able to discuss a little bit about some of the architectural aspects of the building, things that we would look at going forward, and perhaps make modifications to the plans depending on what we determined and discovered and presented to the board. So with that, at the board's discretion, I would introduce Michael and Ricky.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. Would you like to start?
Thank you, everyone. So I think that moving forward, we would definitely want to take a couple more, a more in-depth look at the sort of donut within a donut of the site, provide you with a little more axonometric views, and sort of study a little bit more how it's the building in relationship to all of the rear yards within the site.
I think the articulation will become very important, but I think that we can probably review that and solve that to the satisfaction of the board. And I think that there was a comment regarding the floor area that we were requesting. Go ahead.
I think the question I had, I think that was a question I had, as I was looking at the floor layout. Some of the unit sizes were a lot more generous than what we typically see of units, especially I just used an example of 7A, which has more than, typically we see for a 2-bedroom, 1,000 square foot. Here, some of the 2 bedrooms are well over, 1,200 square foot. So
part of that,
these are rental units, as I understand it. So there's a little bit of, generally rental units tend to be even of a tighter floor plate. Condos generally tend to have a little bigger floor plate. So that's where I was asking, why does the floor area need to be so big? You could still achieve your 2-bedroom units, yet the floors, room size or unit sizes can be a little bit smaller.
so we'll definitely take a look at it, but also just to be aware that the unique shape of the site makes the apartments a little bit less efficient than what a normal, box.
Rectangular box would.
Apartment would look like. So that's also part of the reason why these units are slightly larger. There's some just unusable space within the apartments themselves.
But that being said, we would certainly look at that, absolutely. But the point that we were going to make before was the fact that this is R5D zoning, similar to R6 and its requirements, however, a little less FAR, but these units don't have any deductions that would normally be associated with quality housing, such as light in the hallways, 11 rec spaces. There are some deductible items that are not taken on that. So it would probably be similar to an R6 building.
Right. I noticed that they're given the corridor and the light and air that's being provided, there will be features similar to a quality housing, even though that's not applicable in an R5 zoning district. And I think given the complexity of the site, the layout that you proposed, it's quite commendable, but can the room space be tightened? And I think the argument you're making, you need to articulate that in your narrative and your statement, and if maybe even diagrammatically, we can show how it would not be feasible, or if it were to be feasible, it would lend to a unit size something different, which may end up being not a very viable floor plate or a unit size. So those are the things you need to walk us through and clarify as to why this is the only best solution that you have. And similarly, I'd also ask, like, did you look at alternatives? I'm sure you looked at several alternatives, and one of them is, could you not have looked at an L shape, let's say, that goes along, that basically, if I'm orienting myself properly, on the southern, following the southern contour lot line, and then along the, I would say that's the western portion, kind of an L shape, either could be a walk-up, 4-story walk-up, or townhouses with parking below. Could that alternative have worked and provided same amount of floor area and adequate number of units to make the project viable? I'm sure you went through a lot of exercises, so you need to kind of help us, walk us through those arguments.
We do that. We did go through a few to solve this and get the efficiency of it, but we can go through some of that and show some of that as well.
Yeah. Before I do want to go back to one question that our general counsel had raised, and that is regarding the GCL 36. Like, do you really need GCL 36? Would you not qualify as a private road or any? And that's a question that was out there. And if you don't need it, why ask for it? It was a question.
It was one of the objections that was raised by the Department of Buildings. So we said we would, we anticipated it And so we pursued it, and then sure enough, it came up as an objection, but we can, and I believe we thought it would be good to have, as you said, a belt and suspenders in this case, just to make sure that there would be no problem with that. So I thought that it would, we didn't want to get to the point where this was acceptable from a zoning point of view with the board, and then find out that there was an issue with the GCL in that case.
So when you go to DOB objection, do you have the plan reviewed and the plan examination says, okay, these are the objections I can initially see, or you generally go to the DOB and say, I think these are the objections we need, please give us your blessings?
Both, basically, both. We discuss and we review it and we see if they agree. And in certain cases, they raised other objections that we did not see.
So did DOB raise the GCL 36 objection, or was this an applicant initiative to add it to the objection?
It was, we started with the fire department and knew that if we wouldn't get that, there would be a problem with the GCL. So that's where we started, basically.
So I guess my question for the applicant team is to analyze whether the fire department objection is not tied to the GCL, but the building code section 501.3.1, I believe, for fire department 8% access, and whether that is satisfied by having a complying private road under 1210.
We'd be happy to look at that and discuss that and review it. Absolutely.
And then whether that would be a fire department variance or a building code variance or what have you. We do have the benefit of the fire department here.
Yeah, I think that we can drill down on that and see whether or not the GCL is necessary in that regard. I seem to remember cases where the 8% frontage rule was implicated in a GCL case. So we'll take a look and confirm that back to the board on the resubmission.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I had a question about the minimal variance, or maybe just to add to the discussion. This is Commissioner Yoon, and I definitely am sympathetic with the larger square footage because of the unique floor plate shape. I know that these were probably very challenging to make work. And to the L-shaped building, I know that outside corners might be tough when you can't have legal light and air windows on that western elevation. So all that makes sense. One thing is that, you know, you have floor plates that do seem to work, that take up the full, I'd say 2 through 5 are typical, and then you start carving away for terraces and setbacks. And is there a way to carve away less and reduce the floor, you know, reduce it by 1 floor, or other ways of exploring minimizing the height? Because I'm going to pull up the neighborhood character study, which, you know, here you do show the heights of the adjacent buildings. It's very clear here that on average, the heights are much, much lower than your proposal. You do have one building that is taller. That's the bulkhead of that building, not the actual measured total building height. But you can obviously see our concern with putting something that is so much taller than everything else around it. And I don't know that the setbacks are better or worse for the neighbors. I can't really tell based on this. So that's why I think we're asking for, it could even be crude models of the block where you just have white boxes showing what the volumes are adjacent, but just so that we can understand a relative comparison of your massing compared to the existing massing. And if there are alternative scenarios that may improve that relationship for the neighbors.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
It's a point well taken, and we'll be studying that in the next go round of this. We'll clarify it, and then we'll come up to some solutions as well.
All right. Commissioner Shetta?
Yeah, that actually was my point. If what I raised is the proposed floor area ratio is, I believe, is a 2.74, while the as of right is 2. What I was saying is, let's say we like change this side to the shape of the side, to a regular side, floor area of 2 would be okay to reach a reasonable return. Why in this case, you're at 2.74? Based on the shape of the site, yes, I understand there is uniqueness. The floor plate, yes, I get that. But my anticipation was like something on the order of 2.2 or 2.3 would be something close to 2, but not as far as 2.74. I feel like the 2.74 is kind of like too far. And don't forget, this is 3 floors on top of the azophyte.
Yeah, we appreciate the comment, Commissioner Shadow. We will be looking at the numbers upon the resubmission. Interestingly, with regards to your comment, I note that in the event that this was a more typical or not district and not an R5D, so let's say the R6 we discussed, the deductions with the mechanical deductions and such, the FAR would actually be closer to a 2.3. So there is kind of that to consider. But having said that, we're sensitive to your comments. Also, Commissioner Yoon, we're sensitive to the character discussion, and we have the benefit of having a very experienced architectural team on board who should be able to really provide some insight into this.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
I think that would be helpful if you could give a little bit more clarity on the actual FAR part versus where the deductions are happening. I also had some question, and one was based on the photos that were provided, it seems the ground slopes up in the interior. Does it slope up? Because that also might be adding to the height of the building compared to the surrounding lots.
It slopes, but it's negligible.
Okay.
I'll double check the survey, but I don't think it's more than a foot or so overall. But I'll double check.
Okay, that would be good. The other question I had was, is there any way to add more green along the property line? Can you do, I know you're providing a cellar space for parking. Is there any way to provide in-ground parking? In-ground planting. I don't know if above grade planting would work or not, just to kind of soften the edges. This is again, fact that, you're hemmed in by all the rear lots. Is there any way for you to give it an appearance that they're looking into a greenery and a green buffer, that would like.
It's certainly something that we will look into a little bit more and certainly see what we could do around the rear yard and areas of the front yard. But also perhaps some greenery on upper levels as we'll have to look into that a little bit, yes.
Yeah, I think definitely along the rear yard and the remaining portion of the yard, if you can green it, that would be very helpful. And maybe the way you treat and in this case, I would say, I forgot to mention this as I'm looking at it, way you treat these exposed blank walls, it's going to be very, very, very critical.
Understood.
And it really need to be very sensitively done. It needs to be done in a way where it is not going to be just a blank cinder block kind of showing up. It needs to be articulated very well. And there are some really nice ways of achieving them, very simple but effective without it being an eyesore for the neighbors. How do you do that? And I think as Mr. Lobel said, you have a very experienced architecture team. So, I hope that your team can come up with some really good, long-lasting, durable solution. I'm not asking for you to do an environmentally green wall. I know those are not easy to achieve as much as some have proven to be successful only seasonally, but look at ways that can make it much more respectful and friendly to someone who's looking out. If you're going to look out the window, you want to look at a nice decorative wall. How do you do that?
Thank you. That's a great comment. We look forward to the challenge of doing that.
Yeah.
Good. And also indicate the material that you're proposing.
Okay.
And is it possible to have some permeable surface and would that meet fire department requirement?
Where there is no cellar,
Right.
it could certainly be permeable, and we love that idea.
Okay.
The area where the cellar is, might be a little bit more of a challenge, but we'll take that under review, absolutely.
Please do look into it, and I strongly will suggest you do this because, it's unusual to see this, but you also want to make sure this building kind of is respectful and is responsive to its surrounding.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
Is fire department still
Fire
on?
department has a hand up. Does it? Fire
No,
department?
he was there. Is he
Okay.
not there now? anymore?
Let's-
John, do you have any comments? I'm sorry, Deputy Chief Inspector John Daly, do you have any comments?
No, I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the public then.
Sorry. Why any hearing date people are calling? Sorry. The case we're currently discussing is 2022-93BZ and 2022-94A, 141-10, 32nd Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will, at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 884-6135-0760 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this matter, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, I've got a lot of work to do. Let me see. Do we have anybody from public?
Not yet.
Jose Ramirez is part of the next team.
Next case, next case.
Next case? Okay, all right. Yeah. All right, so while we are waiting for anybody to call in, how long will it take for you to make these corrections? I'm looking more in September, honestly speaking. I think.
Amanda, do you have any thoughts on this?
For Ricky and Michael.
We would probably be ready in
3 to 4 weeks.
3 to 4 weeks. We could probably have something easily.
I want you to really do a very thorough job and look at all the possibilities, and your statement of facts also need to reflect all the changes, especially with regards to the neighborhood character and the minimal, because those are the two main pinch points. So I think 3 to 4 weeks may take maybe in terms of the design, but to replicate that into narratives will take longer. So I really want you guys to do it one bang shot and be out. So I don't want to rush you. Think through this. And so I would suggest September. Just give yourself enough time to get this all right. And hopefully, I don't know where we are on the environmental, but hopefully that will also kind of come to.
Jealous hand is up. Ms. Prenga?
Yes, Ms. Prenga?
We're almost finished with the environmental.
Pardon, I didn't hear you.
She almost finished.
Oh,
We're almost finished, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
So Chair, respectfully, we appreciate that. We do, we wholeheartedly agree with regards to the additional work beyond what's going to be done architecturally. Mr. Zerkiev is obviously anxious, but I would say that to the extent that mid-August is a possibility, that would be fantastic. But if not, we understand the demands on the board schedule and early September, to the extent that was an alternative, would be great.
All right, we will let you know. And I'm putting down August/September, okay?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thanks to the board for their careful consideration of this application. The entire applicant team has really put some effort into what we view to be as an extremely challenging site, and we appreciate the board's time and thinking about this.
I also want to give a shout out to to Mr. Rasmussen for the way he analyzed the uniqueness. It really was very well thought out and picked up the issue with regards to this site. It's an unusual, and I like the way he did that analysis.
We'll let him know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, item number 43, 2023-02BZ, 2003 East 3rd Street, Brooklyn. Mr. Ramirez and Ms. Landensman, please.
Mr. Lobel, are you staying on?
I am.
Okay.
Hello.
Mr. Ramirez, could you unmute, please? Okay. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
State your name for the record and proceed and respond to the board's comments.
Hello again. Alexia Landisman here with Richard Lobel from Sheldon Lobel PC, and we are joined with the architects, Jose Ramirez and Carrie Mate, on behalf of the applicant. So we have attended the executive session. We heard the board's comments. The first comment I'd like to address is the extension in the back in the rear yard. We will address that in the statement and revise the statement to reflect it. However, I think it's important to note that the proposed plans actually eliminate this extension and bring the building into compliance.
It does not. It does not. It does not. That's why I picked it up. It really does not, because if you look at the way the rear side yard is being measured, the side yard depth as indicated is shown as 9 foot 2 inches, which is the depth that, which is the width, I'm sorry, as it would be based on that extension in the rear. Whereas that is not in your, in any of the historic Sanborn maps. That extension is not reflected in any of the historic Sanborn maps. So it's post 2007, if anything, because up till 2007, I do not see that extension at all. Same thing goes with the, I think, with the way I think even the existing wall to retain is being analyzed, because when if you're looking at the existing wall to be retained analysis, it should only be counting legally complying part of the building. Here it is also picking up the walls that were part of the illegal expansion. So in this case, the floor plate will only be up to what is shown in 2007. Which shouldn't include that 14-foot by 13-foot extension in the rear. So that changes your analysis for the exterior wall to be retained calculation. So all the plans would have to be revised. It needs to show the complying floor plate. I think we can share with you some samples. We have seen a couple of cases, and we can share with you a sample as to how to distinguish in such situation where you have a complying building with an enlargement that happened and it's illegally not complying and did not get any permits, which is kind of what I'm gathering from the conversation. Then there's a different way of kind of showing that analysis, and we can share with you a plan that can help, sample plans that can show you how to reflect that and how to therefore analyze all the numbers based on that.
So I think a sample will be helpful, but I'm also going to ask Jose if there's anything he would like to add as far as the calculations and any questions he may have.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my apologies for the lack of clarity with the drawings. We'll use your guidelines moving forward for all future projects. The condition at the rear is a non-compliant condition, and our existing walls stop at that point where the building stopped. We need to clarify that and make it clear in the future submission, but we can clarify that, and we can clarify how we're intent on keeping the 50% walls in our future submission. The existing rear non-complying addition is being removed. According to 23-631-B6.1, it shows that the complying rear yard for an R2X is 20 feet. It's actually a 30-foot required, but 23-631-B6.1 allows you a 10-foot encroachment on that 30-foot rear yard for an R2X zone.
I understand that. My question was not about the rear yard on the ground floor. My question was about how it's the existing non-complying building is being analyzed and how that is being used in the statement with regards to what is the existing non-complying yards and other things. So there is a mismatch in the way we are talking. So I think the way to understand it, assume that non-complying, that illegally construction that happened after 2007 does not exist. You're erasing it. All your measurement has to be from 2007 and before construction. As up to 2007, whatever was built is from there, the measurements are going to be done for your rear yards, side yards, front yards, everything. And same thing with the walls to remain.
Understood, Madam Chair.
And we'll have the statement reflect the correct analysis as well.
Yes.
Another comment that was made was with regards to the floor area ratio of the building. So we are requesting 1.24 FAR. As you had mentioned, the building is 6,000 square feet, so it is larger than all of the properties nearby. Usually, on average, the properties in this area are roughly 4,000 square feet. We can speak with the client and see if we can, accommodate a smaller floor plate, and we'll provide a rear yard study and a floor area analysis to update the board with the next submission.
Yeah, I think one of the ways to achieve that would be the way you treat with the perimeter wall and the attic space. The attic space is not attic. It's really another third floor, especially in the rear. That's not a dormer. That gym space is not a dormer. It's like so it's not meeting the R2X. Again, R2X was unique in terms of the rear yard. R2X is unique with regards to the way the text is very interesting. The way it's stated, it says rear yard shall comply. You should be permitted a 20-foot rear yard, but it shall comply with, then you take it back to the height and setback regulation, basically saying that your rear yard is only rear yard up to 20 feet, up to the perimeter wall height, and then it has to set back. So that was a question I had, like, why didn't you even get a DOB objection for the rear yard? Because you are encroaching on the rear yard beyond the height of 21 feet.
We can work on that, Madam Chair, and bring that into compliance.
Right, please do, because the wall that is remaining, based on the diagrams, first of all, I'm concerned whether you would meet your 50% if you just count the exterior wall. Once you achieve that, what remains of the building should not be the guiding part of the perimeter wall height. That wall can be lowered to 21 feet, and then you can bring the compliance. You don't need the perimeter wall height waiver, and then slope it by 45 degree. I think what you have on the slope is much more than 45 degree.
Okay, we will take that into consideration, and per previous applications that we submitted, look to modify the third floor of the rear of the house to bring it into compliance.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners?
I had, this is Commissioner Yoon. I had a couple questions that I did not mention earlier today. They're probably typographical, but I'm just going to pull up the statement. Maybe first I'll pull up the zoning analysis. So here shows that the max permitted floor area is 6,120 with an FAR of 0.85, but when I calculate it based on the lot area, I think that 0.85 gets you 5,100. So
big error.
Yeah. So and maybe that was mentioned earlier. Sorry. Obviously, you're proposing 7,561, and the existing is roughly 3,300 square feet. But then when you go to the statement of facts, the way it's described, the owner is proposing to enlarge by approximately 1,441 square feet. This is the number that's over the permitted amount, not the amount of the enlargement. So this description is a little bit confusing. I think we should talk about how much you're actually enlarging the space by, and then just correcting the zoning analysis so it all matches.
And I think Commissioner Yoon raised a very good point, and that is when you are also measuring what is the existing floor area, you should only measure the existing floor area as of 2007, not include the illegal enlargement, because you'd never got the permit for it. It's not permitted, and that should not be counted. So all your floor area existing calculation and has to change also accordingly.
Right, and all references to the existing legal non-compliance need to refer to the actual legal non-compliances, as I think you already stated. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm sorry, just to be clear, the home was purchased this way, and we're looking to bring it into compliance with the rear yard.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. And that should be in your statement. You can say in your statement that, this was purchased, there's an illegal construction, and that illegal construction is going to be removed. And once you remove the illegal construction, this is the actual floor area that is legally pre-existing, legally complying floor area. And based on that, this is the proposed enlargement. And all the analysis would be based on that. And we'll give you a sample. It's a little bit tricky, but we have seen a few cases, unfortunately. And we will share that with you so that you kind of can use that as a guide to put the document together.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Chair, this is
Yes,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Shea. I believe I did mention this. The statement of facts need to be proofread, because one of the other, I believe it's typo, or maybe it was a red. It describes the proposed perimeter wall height, which is 22 feet and 2¼ inch. Describe it as an increase from the existing. The existing, according to the statement, is 22.11 inches. So 22.2 cannot be an increase from 22.11. So my point is just go over the statement of facts, proofread it, and correct it as needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so any other questions or comments, any clarifications that we can provide? And I really appreciate you listening in and considering what we are suggesting. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2023-02BZ, 2003 East 3rd Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 884-6135-0760 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of the screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. Also, please take note on the comments that I raised regarding greenhouse and the putting a gate and
The fence.
the fence on the sidewalk. Remove those from the plans.
They will be removed, and actually that helps us with reducing some of the floor area. We counted that greenhouse section as floor area, so that helps us in the reduction.
Okay, shouldn't have been. I'm hearing two sides of this conversation. Someone tells me that it is counted as floor area, and someone tells me it's not. So when it's convenient, it gets counted. And when it's convenient, it's not get counted. Let's be consistent. Zoning considers greenhouse to be a permitted obstruction, and therefore we don't want to see it on the plan. If DOB blesses it, so be it, but we are not approving it.
Noted, Madam Chair.
Okay, so far no one's called in.
All right, nobody called in. How long will it take for you to make this this correction?
I'm going to refer to Jose as far as how long he needs to amend the plans and draft everything for the submission.
As soon as we receive the guidelines, the guide, we will have it within a week.
Ooh, I think you need a little bit more time to think this through. I don't, especially with your 50% wall. I'm not sure.
You're going to be.
You need to look through this. I don't think you will meet your 50% because it can only be walls that will remain on the exterior, not the exterior walls that will become interior. Only exterior walls will count towards, exterior walls that remain exterior will count towards the 50%. And I don't think you're meeting that now. And even if you were to take that that illegal enlargement, I don't think you'll meet it. That will require a tremendous change in your plan. So you need more time. And I'm going to give you, the entire month of July, and we'll call you in August, if not in September. I do not want you to rush it. Please look through and listen to our review session. If you have any questions that needs further clarification, call our project manager or our executive director and do it correctly. I do not really want us to go through it many, many times. These are not difficult projects. These can be done well. And we have given you enough guidance. So please follow them and we should be able to get this done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And we do understand the comments with regards to the enlargement and recalculating the walls and such. I think that Jose was just reflecting, the desires of the property owner to the extent that we are able to get a hearing date sooner rather than later would be appreciated.
I understand that. And I also don't want us or you to waste anyone's time. And we want you to do it right.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
I think we have been very cooperative, as you have noticed. So. Okay, so I would put it as August/September.
Okay.
But please do feel free to reach out to a project manager or executive director if anything is not clear. And we will make sure we send you the samples as quickly as possible. Look through it. And if you have any questions, please reach out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for June 6, 2023. Thank you all.
Have a good summer. Or no,
Yeah,
not
we'll
summer.
be back.
We'll be back.
Enjoy the end of
Yeah.
July.
Yeah, we'll be back. It's just a 3 weeks off, so we are calling it a summer. Yeah, bye.
Okey doke.
I'm already on a summer break.
Yeah, you're done.
When are you leaving, Madam?
Tomorrow.